like, because those are typically the people that do not make it to any picture. So if during the event you see a photographer at work, snap a picture and don't forget to share it on social so they can prove that they were here for real as well. And also as a way to say thank you for all their hard work, because taking the photos is one thing, but all the editing and everything after, oh my God, it's so much work. So thank them for it. That also goes for all of the volunteers. If you see people in the gray shirts, just say thank you for doing all the hard work. If you see the people in the black shirts, the organizers, give them a little pat on the back, subtly, to thank them for all the work they did to make our event possible. With that, it's time to start. So find yourself a seat. Quickly, if you're coming in now, you're a tad late, be quiet. Come on in. And I'm going to start introducing our first speaker for today, because this morning we have 3 amazing sessions. So the good thing is you don't have to go anywhere. You can just stay here all morning. Let me use my notes because I'm really bad at learning things by heart. So first of all, my name is Taco van Onschot. I'll be your MC this morning. If you go like, hey, I've probably seen that face. Yep, I'm with the Yoast team, so find me in the booth later. And that's all the promo I will do for today. No, it isn't. Our first speaker for today. A few years ago, I'm sure most of you remember this, the Frontity framework blew us all away by giving us decoupled WordPress done right. Using React and the REST API, it helped all of us create a blazing fast website with WordPress. Then back in 2021, Automatic acquired the company and the team behind it, including our next speaker. He was one of the driving forces behind Frontity and has since pivoted to work on the Interactivity API that unlocks WordPress in brilliant new ways, making adding interactivity to your WordPress sites easier than ever. So please give a big round of applause to Michał.
Hi, everybody. All right. And yeah, there we go. So, hi, WordCamp. How are you doing? All right. So yeah, let's get started. Today, I want to talk to you about the Interactivity API, which is the new standard way to build modern WordPress frontends. And first, just a little bit about me. My name is Michał, and I'm a sponsored contributor to WordPress. I work at Automatic. And I'm from Poland originally, but I live in Portugal with my wife. And I absolutely love surfing. So are there any surfers here in the audience? Yeah, see one back there? Another one? Amazing. Yeah, for those of you who have never tried it, it's never too late to learn, so highly recommend it. It's nothing to do with Interactivity API at all. Just a personal recommendation. All right, what we'll cover today. First, I'll explain a little bit what the Interactivity API actually is. Then we'll get into why WordPress even needs an Interactivity API. And then, and this is going to be the main focus of this talk, I want to explain how we got here, meaning what is the journey that this Interactivity API took to achieve its final shape. And we'll round off with some demos. So, what is the Interactivity API? It's a standard new way for developers to add user interactivity to the front ends of their sites. So, it's a new API that was added in 6.5, and it's specifically designed for the front ends of your sites. So, it's not meant to be used in the block editor. Rather, it's for the front ends, for the user-facing parts of your sites. Now, there are some examples of the blocks, of the interactive blocks that are already in core. So, some of the best examples are the query loop block, which is here, as you can see it. It's got the enhanced pagination enabled. So this has been available since WordPress 6.4. And when you enable this option, it allows the user to navigate between the previous and next page of the results of the query loop without a full page reload. And this experience is powered by the Interactivity API. Likewise, the image block, if you enable the expand on click option in the image block, it shows this nice lightbox effect when the user clicks on an image. It fills the whole viewport. And this is also powered by an Interactivity API. So, by the way, this guy is not me. That's how I wish I looked when I surfed. It's in beautiful Portugal. All right, so what does the code using the Interactivity API look like? It looks something like this. And this is just to give you an intuition, to give you an idea about what we're working with. I'm not going to explain all the details just yet. We'll get into that later on. But suffice it to say, if you're familiar with block development, you'll know that you have a render PHP file, which is the server-side template of your block, where you put your HTML, and the Vue.js file, which is where you add your client-side JavaScript. So to make it a bit more concrete, with the Interactivity API, the HTML itself is the templating language. So this means that in your render PHP file, you put the HTML markup as you ordinarily would, and there is no need for a special separate templating language. There is no need for JSX, for compilation. It is just HTML. Secondly, the interactivity with the Interactivity API is added by enriching that existing HTML markup with JavaScript in the Vue.js file. And finally, it uses familiar concepts from React. So if you've used React to do block development, you'll feel right at home. So ideas and concepts like state, context, or one-way data binding, they have their equivalents in the Interactivity API. And one last thing, it works perfectly fine with PHP APIs, with WordPress backend APIs like hooks and filters and translations. And you might wonder, okay, well, why would it not? And the thing is that most modern JavaScript frameworks, they don't, in fact, work well with those APIs. And I'll explain a little bit more about this later on. So why was there a need for this new API in WordPress? Why was there a need for this API to add user interactivity? And basically, it's because previously there was no standard way to add user interactivity to the front ends of your sites. And you could wonder, okay, why do I care about having a standard way to do that? And let me explain with an analogy. So who here has traveled to WordCamp from another European country? Yeah, wow, that's a lot of people. All right, amazing. Do you remember when you traveled, maybe about 20 years ago, when you got to a new destination, you had to look for one of these places? Yeah, so that was a hassle, right? You had to bring a bunch of cash with you, find one of these places that's open, and then exchange your cash and figure out what the right exchange rate is. So it was really complex. And nowadays, we have these two standards. You all came here to the WordCamp. None of you probably had to look for a currency exchange. And life is so much less complex and much better, right? So likewise, with the Interactivity API, the idea is that all of this complexity of development is handled for you. So you don't have to figure out which framework to pick. You don't have to figure out how to configure your tooling, how to configure bundling. You don't have to figure out how to integrate this whole solution with your WordPress site. It's handled for you. So, because previously there was no standard way to add interactivity to WordPress, there were, roughly speaking, two ways to add interactivity to your site. Now, this is to be clear, this is speaking before the Interactivity API. So you could either use jQuery or vanilla JavaScript, or you could use React or some equivalent framework, right? And whenever I mention React throughout this talk, just to be clear, it could be Svelte or Angular or Vue.js or any other modern JavaScript framework. I will use React throughout examples because it's what's most familiar to WordPress developers. So these would be roughly the two approaches you could take. So let's compare them. When it comes to scalability, it's probably not controversial to say that developing with React is, especially in large applications, it scales better and it's a better experience because you have a component model, you have primitives to manage state with React, and you have a unidirectional data flow, which allows you to reason better about how the state flows through your application. So with React, it's a better experience than doing all of this by yourself with jQuery or vanilla. And when it comes to the developer experience, and this is a subjective topic, of course, but by and large, it's the same story. So most developers would probably say that they prefer the developer experience of React because it's a declarative framework that handles a lot of this complexity for you. However, when it comes to the ease of integration, I think it's clear that jQuery vanilla comes out on top because if you're just using vanilla JavaScript, there's nothing really to integrate, right? You're just using the web platform. And jQuery is literally a single script tag. So it's super easy. However, with React, it's a little bit more complicated because you typically use JSX, so you have to compile your code. And you also have to figure out how to integrate React into your application because you have to call React DOM render somewhere, wherever you need this interactivity on your page. So instrumenting all this is a bit more complex. Now, what about server-side rendering? And before I get into it, let me explain what I mean by server-side rendering. So server-side rendering is basically how WordPress has always worked, right, for the last 21 years. So why am I even talking about it? Well, the thing is that it's probably easy to see if you, why it's important if you understand what happens when it's missing, which is this. So when you don't server render your application, meaning your user has to wait for some data to arrive from the server to the client, and only then you're ready to show some content to the user. In the meantime, they can only look at spinners. So it's not a good user experience, and it's not great for SEO either. But with jQuery vanilla JavaScript, server-side rendering works perfectly fine. And I'm sure most of you already know this because this is how you've used WordPress already. You'd use WordPress and you'd add some interactivity with jQuery or vanilla JavaScript. It works perfectly fine, right? However, when you use React, it's not so easy because when you use React, you need a JavaScript server to server render your components. But in WordPress, of course, we use PHP. So what people typically do is they don't do any server-side rendering at all. They only render their content on the client, which means that, unfortunately, the users have to sometimes look at annoying spinners. So that's a disadvantage of using React. Now, what about compatibility with WordPress hooks and filters? And again, in case of jQuery vanilla JavaScript, this works perfectly fine because this is how WordPress has always worked for the last 21 years, right? However, when you use React, there is a significant problem with WordPress hooks and filters. And let me explain it by showing you an example. So, what is the problem with using React in your application and WordPress hooks and filters? So let's imagine that you have a post title filter somewhere on your site, all right? It doesn't matter if you added it, maybe a plugin added it, it's just there on your site. And it filters the post titles. And it might look something like this. So what this would do is it filters the post titles of posts added in the last week, and it highlights them. Highlights all the posts published in the last week, okay? Now, because you're using React in your application, you have a React component that renders those titles on the front end. So it might look something like this, your React component. Now, and here's the crucial problem. These modifications done on the back end with the filters, they're going to be missing on the front end because React has no notion of the modifications done to markup through filters and hooks. So as you see in JSX, there is nowhere that this span with the new class could be added here. It's just going to be missing. So we have this fundamental incompatibility between the React approaches to interactivity and WordPress hooks and filters on the other hand. So, I got ahead of myself here a bit, but you probably see where I'm going with this, which is that what if we can have both the scalability and the developer experience and all the other benefits of jQuery vanilla, meaning how about we can do the best of both worlds? And this is the promise of the Interactivity API. So it's scalable and has a great developer experience because it's based on similar principles as React. So it has one-way data binding. It's a declarative and reactive framework. And it's also internally based on Preact. Now, this is it's not React. This is Preact with a P, not R. And Preact is a smaller and slightly faster alternative to React with the same API. And it's what the Interactivity API is internally based on. However, this is important to remember, it's not necessary to know neither Preact nor React in order to use the Interactivity API. But it is what powers its features, though. The Interactivity API also is incredibly easy to integrate because it already ships with WordPress. So there is not really any integration to speak of. And it also requires no build step. So you can just go ahead and use it. And it's also perfectly compatible with server-side rendering and with WordPress hooks and filters because your templating language is just the HTML. So you can work with the server-side rendered HTML with the Interactivity API, and you can modify it with hooks and filters, and it works perfectly fine. Now, how did we get to this point, though? So by this, I mean, what is the journey that this Interactivity API took to look like this, to achieve its shape? So what were the challenges and the decisions that were taken to get to this point to make the Interactivity API be what it is today? And I want to explain it by comparing 3 different approaches to interactivity in WordPress. And again, I'll be using React as examples because it's the most familiar framework to WordPress developers, but I could be talking about any other framework here in the examples. And those three approaches are what I've called full interactivity, also known as headless or decoupled WordPress, partial interactivity, also known as islands, especially in the JavaScript circles, and the approach taken by Interactivity API. So I want to show how we got to the point of what the Interactivity API is by comparing those three approaches. So let's take a look at an example. This is, to a very, very rough approximation, what a simple site using headless decoupled WordPress would look like. It's a single React component where we load some data for the posts from the REST API, and then we do so in the use effect. And once the data is fetched, we put it in the state, and we render it with JSX. So that's an incredibly simplified React headless application, right? Now, if this looks a little bit familiar to you, it might be because this is very roughly what Frontity used to be. So for those of you who are not familiar, Frontity used to be a JavaScript framework, a React framework for headless decoupled WordPress. And I was a member of the Frontity team. And Frontity, the company, then was acquired by Automatic. And the team, together with a number of contributors, set out to replicate the experience of Frontity framework, but inside of WordPress. And the result of this effort is the Interactivity API. Now, one of the reasons for this pivot is that there are some issues with this full interactivity approach. And namely, that's because previews with this full interactivity approach, they require custom code. So, for instance, in Frontity, previewing your content with WordPress worked just fine, but it had to be integrated into the framework. It required custom code. Theming, so WordPress themes, do not work anymore with the solution because your React application cannot really understand the PHP themes. And neither does the full site editing. So again, your React application cannot understand the output of the styles generated by the full site editor. And finally, many plugins are also not going to be compatible with this approach. Some of them can be made compatible, but this again requires custom code. In Frontity, we were in fact able to make some of them compatible, but it's an additional effort to make something non-standard work. So, with all these challenges in mind, you'd think, okay, so if the full interactivity is not the silver bullet, what about something like partial interactivity? And what do I mean by this? So typically, this means that you use a standard WordPress installation, but you only use React in the select parts of your site, perhaps in one or two parts of a page, where you need some interactivity. So maybe you just have a couple interactive blocks on your page, and the rest of it is just using standard WordPress. So the code for the save function of such an interactive block using partial interactivity, it might look something like this. So you have your save function where we do two interesting things. we pass a special ID where the WP interactive is just an arbitrary string. So it could be any other string. It's just something that we picked here in this example to make it clear that this is an interactive block. And then we also serialize the block attributes because we will want to make them available on the front end. So this is, you can think of it as, this is like the back end of your block. This is the save function. Now, what do we do on the front end? So on the front end, we do something interesting. On the front end, we'll look for all the blocks on your page that have this WP interactive ID. We find them, and for each one of them, we parse the block attributes, create a React element, and then render it with React. And we pass the block's attributes as props. And our front-end component that we create an element from, it can be really anything we like. In our case, let's just say that it's a button that shows some attributes when we click on it. So this way, we can have an interactive block on the front end of your site and pass some attributes to it from the back end, from the block editor. So this looks pretty good, right? Well, there are, again, some challenges with this approach. And the two main ones are that this approach is hard to use with dynamic blocks. So in this example, I use a static block with a save function because if you have a static block, both the save function and the front end of your block are written in React. So you can reuse code between those two representations. However, a dynamic block has the server part written in PHP and the front-end part written in React. So there is no way to reuse any code between those two implementations. So essentially, you'd have to write your same block twice. And that's just not a good developer experience. And secondly, this approach is also not compatible, again, with WordPress hooks and filters. So like in the example I've showed you earlier, if you do any markup modifications with hooks and filters, they are not going to be present on the front end with this partial interactivity approach. So where can we go from here? What if we ditch React altogether? What if we embrace PHP in the server side, but keep the modern developer experience? So this is the promise of the Interactivity API. And let's take a look at an example, all right? Let's imagine a really simple shopping site where you have a list of fruits, you can add each one of them to the cart, and this list of fruits that you can add to your cart is a single block. So what would the render PHP function look like for this block, for this list of fruits? It might look something like this. And here you'll notice that there are a bunch of data WP something attributes. And those are called the directives. These are special attributes that add interactivity to HTML elements. So they're part of the Interactivity API. And for instance, there is a data WP context directive, which is how you add state to an HTML node and make it available to this element and all of its children. So it's conceptually kind of like a combination of state and context in React, because you have some state that is available to this element locally, but it also is available to all of the descendants of that node, like in context. And we also have a data WP on directive, for example, among a bunch of others, of course. And this is how you add event handlers to HTML nodes. So in this case, if you click on this button, this will call the actions add to cart function. Now, where is that function, you ask? In order to add JavaScript to the front end of your blocks, you need a Vue.js file. So you'd normally put it in your Vue.js file. So to make it a bit more clear, whenever you press on the button, it will call the function in the JavaScript in your Vue.js file that you defined with the Interactivity API. And this way, you can add fruits to your cart. This is, of course, a very simplified example, but it illustrates a full principle of how you would use the Interactivity API to accomplish something like this. Now, what are some of the additional benefits of using the Interactivity API? And first off, it offers us excellent performance because it's a relatively small framework. So compared to React, for instance, which is, I believe, around 45 kilobytes, or jQuery, which is around 29, if I remember correctly, it's almost 3 times as small. So you ship fewer kilobytes to the front end of your sites. And it also offers us lazy loading, like the Astro.js framework. For those of you who are not familiar, Astro is a modern, popular JavaScript framework, and it popularized the idea of shipping 0 JavaScript to your clients if your site does not contain an interactivity. So we apply the same principle with the Interactivity API. If you don't have any interactive blocks on your site, WordPress will ship no JavaScript related to the Interactivity API or your blocks to your users. And using this single solution, the standard, the Interactivity API, comes with an obvious benefit of if it's the only framework that you use for all your plugins and blocks, then you only pay the cost of loading that framework one time. If the plugins and the blocks all agree on using that solution. And finally, it has highly optimized rendering. It was developed together with the WordPress performance team. And if you compare the performance of the Interactivity API to, let's say, rendering your blocks with React only on the client, then certainly your core vitals will go up if you were to switch from just client-side rendering with React to using the Interactivity API. It's also highly compatible and backwards compatible, so it works perfectly fine with WordPress hooks and filters, and so it's backwards compatible. And it's even compatible with classic themes. So there are PRs to use the Interactivity API in 2020 and 2021 themes, for instance. And finally, it's also a highly extensible framework. So this means that you can have inter-block communication, which really is a fancy term for saying that you can have blocks talk to one another. So for instance, when you add a fruit to your cart, this add to cart button can update the state of some other block somewhere else on your page. For example, the cart or the checkout block somewhere else on that site. So with that in mind, let's take a look at some demos and some use cases. And the first one of them is the WP Movies demo. It's a site that's a bit similar to IMDb. It's like a movie catalog where you can search for movies that you like. And because we're in Italy, I'm searching for Cinema Paradiso, which is an absolutely beautiful movie. And if you haven't seen it, go watch it. Ideally before the Italian cinema-themed after party. I highly recommend it. And when you search for the movie, you'll see that the list of movies updates in real time. That's powered by the Interactivity API. And also when you like the movie, this like appears next to the movie image and also in the top bar. So this is an example of this inter-block communication that I've mentioned earlier. So that's a pretty cool experience. Our second example is in the WooCommerce blocks. So the WooCommerce team has been working on a number of blocks that use the Interactivity API to implement sorting and filters where you can look for your new surfboard online, as you do, and you can sort it by you can sort it or you can filter it by price, and this list of products in the store, it updates automatically without a full page reload. So it again allows this nice and fluid user experience. So if you want to see some more examples of interactive blocks done with the Interactivity API, go check out the showcase on GitHub. You can scan the QR code or just type in the link. And if you do build stuff with Interactivity API, also it would be amazing if you share it right in that very same showcase. Would be awesome to see them. My name is Michał Czaplinski. You can find me on Twitter. And it was a pleasure to speak to you today. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a mic switching on. Yes, almost. Yeah, no mic. Oh well, it worked. I was just going to raise my voice. So we have some time for questions. Since we have a completely packed room, is there anyone who has a question for Michał? Oh, there's always, that first question is always one that makes people nervous, right? Oh, I see a raised hand. So we have a mic, a lot of raised hands now. Yeah, we have a mic runner. Run faster. Yep, perfect. Gives us more time for questions. Please, go ahead. Oh, then we have to switch it on. That helps.
No.
Almost?
No?
Yes.
Working, thank you. Quick question on backward compatibility. Did you design or test the Interactivity API on an old browser, old mobile, old tablet? Can it run on a mobile from 2014, for example? Did you test it? Is it part of the design?
So your question is, if I understand you correctly, if we tested the Interactivity API itself?
On old mobile phone, old tablet, old browser.
Right. I think perhaps you're referring to the demo.
No, I'm referring, you say it's only 11 kilobytes. It's backward compatibility with Teams and so on.
Right.
But does it run on old tablets, mobile, browser, old device?
I don't see a reason why it would not work with old phones or mobiles.
Okay. Just to make sure it's tested and it will be good for the user,
I mean, it's always a good idea to test on all sorts of devices, so I'm completely with you here.
Okay.
All right, thank you. I think we have more questions. Oh, they're popping up quickly now. Yeah, right in front here.
Hello.
On the left, yeah.
Here.
Hi.
Hi. So I was wondering about accessibility. If you have done any tests with the demos and stuff?
Yeah, that's a great question. The demos, for instance, the WP Movies demo, it did get an accessibility review. I'm not an accessibility expert myself, but I know others that do work with accessibility, have looked at it and suggested a number of improvements that we implemented. So that part there's always some more work that we can do, of course. And the Interactivity API itself, it's agnostic with respect to accessibility. So you can definitely follow all the best accessibility principles with the Interactivity API. And in fact, it makes it even easier for you to do so because your content is just HTML. So you can use all of the best accessibility principles that have been around on the web and render your content, rendering your content with the Interactivity API.
Thank you very much.
All right, we have a question in the center, in the back. I like having these big rooms because then we can have the mic runner really run, you know.
So you said a few times about the promise of Interactivity API. What does it exactly mean? Is there a roadmap, and is it a production-ready API?
Yes. So it was a phrase, and there is, of course, a roadmap. It's on GitHub. I'm happy to speak to you after the talk, and I can share the link. So yeah, there is a public roadmap. There are issues that you can follow on GitHub, where you can see where the development is going on. So the promise in the phrase was referring to this is the experiences I showed in the demos is what we want for all of you to be able to use in your applications.
All right, we have a question on the right here, in the front.
What if we have two scenarios? If the web page content changes over time, with probably Vanilla.js is being replaced with the new content, which has all the older snippets and the new snippets. Are they able to communicate? And the scenario B is when another part, for example, header is React, pure React app, and the following content snippets are with the Interactivity API. Would that work together?
Right. So I think what you're referring to is the use case of using this the full page navigation, so that I showed in one of the demos. Is that correct? Where you can, yeah. So if you do have content that is rendered outside of the Interactivity API, so let's say you're using Interactivity API, but you embed a React app, that unfortunately is not going to be compatible with it. So you do have to make sure that you don't have blogs that do rendering outside of that. So that being said, this is only for enabling this page navigation experience that I showed in the demo. So this is
All right.
This is a very there's much more nuance to this answer that I don't have time to get into, unfortunately, but happy to talk after the talk.
Okay, I was checking the code of the WP Movies application, and it's amazing how the framework has raised this concept of prefetching and navigation, which is still not merged. But I'm wondering if you are having also plans to create documentation regarding these regions when you replace the virtual DOM, to get that effect that we don't reload the whole page, because it will be great to have it.
Yeah, that's a good question. So the region, I think what you alluded to is it's a technical detail that I didn't get into in the talk. So there is a distinction between a full page navigation where you change the contents of the whole page, and a region-based navigation, which is what the, for instance, the query loop block used in the one of the examples. So there is, yeah, there are definitely plans to create much more documentations around that, and the navigations, the full page navigations are still experimental. The region-based navigations, as they are in the query loop block, they're already in core, so they're ready to use. In fact, the WooCommerce team, Woo has used the region-based navigation to implement their blocks. So they're also using it in their blocks, and in terms of the documentation, I can just say that it's coming.
All right, and with that, we've unfortunately hit the end of the Q&A. If there's any further questions later, where do people find you?
I'll stick around here for a bit, and yeah.
And on X,
And
I
you
saw...
can, on socials,
Yeah.
yes. Twitter is probably the best one. I don't know if I can't go back
Yeah,
anymore.
it's... yeah. But
If
of
you
your last
search-
name with underscores in between, right?
Yes, it's my last name with underscores. If it's Michał Czaplinski with CZ. I hope you can find it on the yeah.
But he'll be here,
You can find
don't
me on
worry,
the
he'll be
WordCamp
here.
page for sure, and I'll be here.
Okay, then on behalf of the entire team, I want to thank you very much for your presentation. There's a
you.
little gift for you. It's very
thank you.
special from Italy. For everyone in the room, we have something new, and I would very much like to invite you to leave your feedback on all the sessions. So if you go to the website, wordcamp.org/2024/feedback, you can select the sessions you attended and leave feedback so that we can learn what you liked best. Well, judging by a full room at the end of the talk, you did amazing. So that's a good start. Please leave your feedback. It's super valuable also for the content team to learn about your preferences. So thank you very much. After the break, we'll continue here with another amazing talk. So make sure that you're back in time. You have about 10 minutes for a coffee break to be back here.
Uno, due, prova sì, benvenuti, buonasera, buonasera. Ti arriva l'audio? Vi arriva l'audio? Se sto parlando, ehi, 1, 2, prova, sì, ehi. No, adesso era per vedere se lui sentiva la frusciare da là. Abbiamo cambiato l'ausiliario. sentiva leggermente là, no?
Prova a non parlare un attimo, che alzo.
Ok, le registrazioni sono a posto. Parlo?
Io comunque sempre uscire, però
Eh? Ehi, 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 lo vedo. Ehi, 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 ehi. No, perché non sta... Vabbè, con un mini jack dovresti avercelo in teoria da qualche parte. Anche proprio a bordo fisicamente del computer. Ah, 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 mhm, mhm.
no, dicevo settiare sulla 2, la 2 è in è in pre-fader, quindi se loro dicono cagate così e io non lo sto mandando in sala, le cose che dicono vengono comunque streamate.
Eh, eh. Ehi, altissimo.
Cos'altissimo?
No, no, che se io parlo al mio di voce normale come dovrei parlare con un microfono, a lui arriva altissimo.
Sì, sì, no, ho passato il master, l'ho andata.
Bisogna provare sullo streaming. In teoria. Vogliono microfonare, credo, lo speaker prossimo. Perché lì c'è un jack grande e non c'è il mini jack. Stavo cercando l'adattatore, ma purtroppo cazzarola non ce l'ho. Ma non c'è sul computer fisico proprio il... sarà dietro però. Ah. Volevo andare a smanettare dietro più del necessario. No, no, certo. Era lei che voleva sullo streaming? Cano, la signora... Io me lo sono segnato.
No, vai, è venuto anche lui a dircelo.
Sì, sì, no, Cano, è venuto anche lui a dirlo.
Sì, sì, sì.
No, vabbè, qua nel caso se...
Sì, sì.
see if I can keep this safe, because that's...
Sí, total.
Yeah. Well, the ride is going to be the easiest, because
Sí,
on
sí,
the
sí,
bus,
sí, porque si no
there's
cuentas
no
las historias
throwing
bien,
with
sí, por
luggage,
supuesto. No he
which
tenido
is
nunca muchos problemas
really
para
helpful
subir
to
ahí
keep
arriba,
things safe.
curiosamente, pero hoy, madre mía,
This
la
should
presión es
work.
tremenda, ¿eh?
Thank you so much. That's fantastic. I will see if they want to turn
Sí,
my
déjalo
mic
por
on,
ahí. No, no te preocupes.
because
Perhaps, yeah.
yes. Yes, yes, that's it. That's way more useful. Mics do help when they turn them on. So if you're just coming in, we're slowly getting ready for the next session. So make sure to make your way to the front, because these are the premier seats. This is where you have the best view, get all the information. And the good news is they don't cost anything extra. So make sure to move to the front. And also, if you're sitting on a row and you're sitting on the edge with no one in the center, please move to the center, because we know that people will be coming in a bit later. And it's really hard to sort of scoot over all the laps to get to the center. So if you're currently on the edge of a row, please move to the center, because that is a nice thing to do to your fellow WordCampers. If that ends you up next to someone you haven't met before, this is the perfect opportunity to do some networking. I'm sure you all came here with your elevator pitch prepared. So do that 1-minute pitch. Make sure that you promote your business, because that's also what WordCamps are for. In the meantime, there's a lot of good news today. I have a long list of announcements I can do, but one of my favorite ones is that we have a feedback system. So if you go to the website, europe.wordcamp.org/2024/feedback, you can leave feedback on the sessions you attended. Please only give feedback on the sessions you actually attended, because it's supposed to be useful and help the content team for next year, and maybe also help the speakers. There's much more that I can talk about, so let me do that first, but I don't know all of them by heart. What I do know is that this venue is quite big. And that means that it's quite a walk to get from track 1 to track 2, where you're currently at. You all knew that, I hope. If you think it's a little bit too far, we have golf carts out there. You find a sign that says golf cart. The good news is it's right outside our room, and they will take you to the other track. Now, don't jump them. There's only 3 seats per golf cart, and we only have 2 golf carts. So it's a little bit limited, but it is a nice way of transportation, and it's also a lot of fun. And no, you can't drive them yourself. There's a driver included. With that, we have more people coming in. Make sure you make your way to the front. We have some empty seats over here. They're important. We need them filled. It looks better in photos. And again, if you sit on the outside of a row, please move to the center so that we keep the outside chairs available for those who are late because of the long walk. More important for tomorrow, actually, is that we're doing a group photo, which means that we expect each and every one of you tomorrow at 1 p.m. Somewhere. I don't know the location. Somewhere. You're expected somewhere at 1 p.m. I'm sorry? Outside. Perfect. Outside. This is a huge building. Somewhere outside. That limits it even more. But somewhere outside, 1 p.m., I'm sure it will be announced in more detail later. So make sure that you make it to the group picture, because that will be shared everywhere for the coming years. Because this is the biggest WordCamp to date. the biggest WordCamp ever held. So you're in the group picture if you make it at 1 p.m. tomorrow. All right, so you see, a sort of whisperer, that we did it very subtly, right? Yeah, thank you. I do feel that we need a little bit more energy in the room, because you're all kind of quiet. If you're just coming in, we have some seats in the front. They're special, they don't cost extra, but make your way to the front, because we know that this room will be packed in a few minutes. People are going to come in later. But what do we do to get some energy in the room? I'd like to see a raise of hands first. Whose first WordCamp Europe is this? Oh, that's a decent amount. Who's done more than 10? Oh, that's only a few. Who's been to every WordCamp Europe since 2013? We have 2 in the room. That's fantastic. Good job. Who's planning to go to all the next WordCamp Europes from now on? Jeez, why is this only half the room? Come on, people. You can do better than that. Who's going to every WordCamp after... No, not every WordCamp. Every WordCamp Europe. I'll make it easy on you. After this event. Jesus, what's happening this morning? Okay, anyway, we're about to get started, but before we do that, there's something very important I have to do, and I'm stealing a little bit of your time. But that is because my mom never believes I'm on stage. So do your best face, make it happy, cheer a little bit, because I need to show my mom that we're actually here. 3, 2, 1, hey! Wow, okay, you're gonna have a challenge. Anyway, let me switch to my introduction for this morning. And if you now say, Taco, you're starting 1 minute late. That's true, but that's because of them. They come in right now. It's not me. So we start the talk today on SEO and development. And that's a topic that's near and dear to my heart. Well, the development part, not so much, but the SEO part is. I used to be a developer, very short, wasn't a success, so let's not talk about that. But our next speaker knows how to handle developers. With over 13 years of WordPress experience under her belt, she is a seasoned WordPress user. And well before WordPress, she already worked in SEO and digital marketing. She's a well-known name in the SEO and digital marketing communities and typically works with companies in global markets. Recently, she was appointed ambassador for the Google Women Tech Makers program to help inspire women to have a successful career in tech, just like herself. And working with developers for 21 years has taught her a lot. So let's learn how to avoid friction between SEO and development. Please give your warmest applause to Monse.
Buongiorno a tutti. Grazie mille per essere qui. Thank you so much for everyone to be here. I can see the room almost full. It's amazing. And I would like to thank the organization of WordCamp Europe 2024 for putting together all this amazing show. Please give it up for them, please. Big round of applause. Now, I would like to ask you a couple of questions. Who is an SEO here? Who's working as an SEO? All right. Who is a developer, CTO, programmer, product? Yeah. And who's a decision maker here? Who makes the decisions in the room? Perfect. And lastly, who's a student? All right. Well, okay, I see some hands raising. Congratulations to those of you who have decided to come and dedicate yourselves by coming to this conference. And it's a very positive step. And hopefully, you will have a list of action points and a contacts list also to follow up with when you get back home. Now, I could have chosen a bit of a more SEO-y type of topic to discuss today, particularly in light of everything that is going on in the industry at this moment in time. We are living convulsive times now. Really, really indeed. But my thing is, no matter how well you know about artificial intelligence and generative AI, et cetera, no matter how well you know about that, what happens is that you will always have the need to implement your recommendations or your requirements, depending on the side of the table that you're working at this moment in time. And unfortunately, what happens is that there are many times when we can't implement things, and this is a big blocker for SEOs. It's just like any project that cannot be delivered. And if it cannot be delivered, then it's just an idea up in the air. Some of the blockers, some of the big reasons for this is that sometimes communication between SEO or marketing teams and engineering teams is not the best. Now, Tom Critchlow was referring actually to the fact that sometimes senior executives can actually take recommendations as if they were being patronized. Who hasn't been patronized sometime in their career? Come on, how many times have you seen somebody coming to you and say, well, I have no idea what I'm talking about, please could you implement this and could you do it right now? And then you have to spend a whole day trying to explain something that they have no idea what they are saying, that you are saying, and and at the end of the day, you just spend the whole day being not productive, basically, that's what it is. So this is what Tom Critchlow was referring to, and unfortunately, I've been there, and sometimes it just doesn't depend on how you actually say things. So the other person might actually take them as being patronized. It's been something that is not really useful to them, and you are making them feel bad. And this is this is something that unfortunately does happen very, very often, and it applies to the relationship between SEOs and engineering teams. You have to make it work, but I'll give you a sneak peek. It doesn't always work. And it doesn't always work because I think sometimes it's human nature. And it's not to do with personalities most of the times, at least not in my experience. It's mostly to do with the lack of ability of teams to communicate between each other. Sometimes you have to basically meet middle ground, and it's rather difficult to actually do that. So you have to be very careful. You have to know exactly that this can happen. It doesn't always work, but knowing the constraints that you're working with will make things a lot easier. So Taco has made a great introduction of me. I really wanted to stress the part where I am an ambassador to the world program called Women Tech Makers, just to help inspire girls and women alike so that they can have a great career in technology, whether it is product development, marketing, coding, anything at all. Yeah. So my point is that we have to collaborate. This is all geared, all I'm talking about here today is geared towards collaboration. And collaboration, to collaborate with someone, you need to be transparent. You need to communicate properly. It's not easy. Like I said, it's just sometimes what happens is that there's no opportunity. When I started my career, and many years later, developers or engineering teams were sitting there. If you kindly look over your left shoulder towards that corner there, at the far end, that's where they were used to be sitting, eating pizza at the best of times. However, marketing and then SEOs were sitting there, and that corner there over your right-hand shoulder. And that's I mean, we were not communicating, we were sitting like on the same, we were on the same spectrum, because part of marketing, which is perhaps internal comms, PR, et cetera, was sitting next to HR, finance, because they were being seen as business drivers, whereas I know that technology and marketing and then SEOs were not actually being seen as business drivers. And that actually made things a lot worse, because when somebody actually sees a specialism as as a business driver, they make things work so that those teams, those specialisms can actually communicate easily. And that doesn't happen very often. They used to tell me, please, Monse, just don't go to them because they're not going to be able to understand you. And it's best to leave them to their own devices. And it's like, well, have you tried? Have you actually tried to go out to them and explain to them what you really want and why, and what you're trying to find out? And it's like, yeah. But people who came over to me and said this, they had no idea about marketing, they had no idea about SEO, and they had no idea about websites, nor about anything. However, communication improves 3 things. 1, the end product, because both of us work on websites or mobile applications, so that they can actually be visible, so that they can be appealing, useful to your companies, to our companies, the companies that we're working with or at, so that they can monetize. We can all monetize from them, and so that we can actually have a job. Both of us work in the same way towards improving that. Then the working environment it gets better, because no one likes getting up in the morning and thinking, oh my God, do I need to talk to this person? I don't want to go to this meeting. Whereas if the working environment is actually good, you don't even think about it, right? And then lastly, your internal reputation. Because if people see you, that you are trying to build bridges, overcoming situations that perhaps some people actually do find difficult, then your internal reputation goes up, and you maybe offer a promotion or anything else, really. As this has happened to me as well. And I thought it was like, wow, that's very interesting. I was only doing my job. But for some people, overcoming the barrier of communication was a huge, huge issue. So think about this, yeah? And this is particularly useful when you're working with international people, because I know sometimes it is complicated to communicate with them, because perhaps what happens is that, I don't know, there must be a cultural barrier or something, but at least if you actually make an effort and know that people like to be talked to in different ways, they like writing long emails, as it happens in some cultures. In some others, they don't like writing emails at all. Sometimes they prefer lots of examples, sometimes they don't prefer examples. They prefer a lot of theory and a couple of examples, perhaps, to illustrate, and that's it. People like communicating in different ways, so just be aware of all this, make an effort, and then with an effort, everything gets better. Now, a little bit of a story time. I once was working for this high-profile UK organization, managing the e-commerce campaign, the biggest e-commerce campaign for them in the year. The website was not a website per se. That shouldn't have been there. It should have been migrated a long time ago. And what happened is that the developer came over to me, and he said to me, I consider this website to be a black box because the setup was terrible, there was no documentation, and they all thought it was going to break. So he said to me, if you are going to go inside there and I need to make any changes or fix anything, I'm not going to be able to help you. Like this. I'll finish this story later. In the meantime, I'm going to give you a little bit of context, because I like knowing the context of everything, because nothing happens in a vacuum, really. And at the moment, it is very exciting, isn't it? We just don't talk about big data anymore, but it's still there. Technology is advancing. We need to learn about different programming languages, different aspects of SEO, etc., etc. It really is very interesting. But on the flip side, we also have the uncertainty and ambiguity that actually can bring. And that happens in the context of industrial revolutions, which is nothing to do with the 18th century Steam machine. It's actually happening right now. The fourth industrial revolution started in 2010 or 2011, depending on the sources that you start. And that was huge. That was huge. If you remember big data, not Big Brother, you will remember that everything happened so quickly, and it had such a huge impact across every single country or every single industry sector, it was huge, and we are still having that. 2020 for some propels the 5th industrial revolution, which is all to do with collaboration. And collaboration because the previous advancements actually made it possible for new business models to be set up. And so that people could actually work from different places, for example, and so that we had to collaborate with people from different nationalities, different cultures, who are actually living and based in different places: Sweden, Bangkok, Italy, etc., etc. But collaboration in tech has never been something strange. We all know about Jira. Atlassian has about, last time I checked, 45% of market share. So that will give you an idea. We have Asana. Even artificial intelligence is being thought or proposed as a collaboration tool, so that you can get enough information quickly, so that certain industries can actually advance. And if you are not technical enough or you don't have enough time, there's always people like David Mas, who has made it possible for people to understand that they can actually get a prompt for marketing. So you can have a look at this. However, there is also what we call digital fragmentation. And the digital fragmentation is to do with two things. One is regulation. Regulation which is not making it possible for the free flow of data and talent that we need at this moment in time, in this business setup, in these business times that we are living in. And so what happens is that we are having to cope with different situations, and regulations are so restrictive. Sometimes they are unfair. They're being made by people who don't know about technology nor about data, etc., and that is causing or threatening innovation, according to some. And the second bit is us having to learn about Python, about R, about as Y said. There's so many things that we need to learn. It kind of makes us think sometimes, well, will I be able to actually hold my job within the next 5 years if I learn Python right now? Or anything else, really. Sometimes, if you are an SEO, an offsite SEO, you want to be technical SEO, you have to learn industry standard tools. And all those tools actually do change all the time, because how many iterations have we had of Sidebulb or Screaming Frog already? You know, but it's just, it brings a little bit of uncertainty to our lives as well, and we need to learn to navigate that, both of us, SEOs and engineering teams. So what I'm getting at is that everything is fantastic. It's great. We can learn. There's so much excitement, and we can monetize from all of these things. But it can actually bring imposter syndrome, or even conflict. And if there is conflict, when we are conflicted, there is no communication, because our communication skills go out of the window rather easily. One of the causes of project failure is lack of communication, of conflict, actually, as well. So we have to be very careful with this, because if we are entrusted to actually deliver a project, we need to be able to deliver it, because otherwise our jobs may be on the line. We have to be really, really careful with this, and our credibility as well. And again, communication is actually part of the reasons why sometimes projects do not get delivered. We are not transparent enough. We don't know, or other people don't know what we are trying to do, etc., etc. So again, it's true for SEOs and engineering teams, but also there is this bit I was referring to earlier about perception and reputation of our work. I know, this tweet here is not referring to the last announcement of ChatGPT on May the 13th. It's referring to an earlier announcement. People were starting to think that perhaps they wouldn't have a job, and that is a terrible thought, a terrible feeling as well. Yeah, it really is very important that that we are learning how to navigate all this situation. And also, I know that IT and developers are normally called in to fix printer jamming. I hate printers; they're evil. But this is what it is. Now, for SEOs, it's exactly the same situation. And now we are having a lot of trouble. We're having, it's not the best of times because we can't really seem to be getting at clients anymore. They are becoming a lot more skeptical and a lot more negative. And so we are having a lot of trouble to explain why we need to do SEO, why we need to do localization, why we need to do X, Y, Z regarding everything that we have been doing so far. And they need to continue doing that. Because, you know, when you look at Google and see all these wrong results in the SERPs, you kind of think, well, is it worthy? And also, where is my traffic? Where is my traffic with all these filters? And we also have AI Overview from May the 14th. Before it was called something else, and the results were slightly different. And we were kind of nervous as to when it was going to be rolled out outside the States into Europe, for example. I think somebody said that they had seen an instance of AI Overviews in the UK a couple of weeks ago, so maybe it is closer. But also we are having to learn about this, and also clients, our possible clients, our internal colleagues as well, are getting wind of this situation with perplexity and everything. So if we've got perplexity, maybe we don't need an SEO. And that is terrible. Like I said, it's just partly a reputational issue, to be perfectly honest, because just like the rest of marketing, we seem to be unable to sell ourselves. Like, we can promote your brands and do that very well and monetize, but we seem to be unable to actually do the same with our own services, with our own work. And that is a contradiction in terms, but it does happen at all times. And a very good reason for us not to be able to get internal buying enough to implement promptly and quickly. So now, I ran a roundtable a couple of years ago. I wanted to find out from CTOs, developers, products, et cetera, what their hurdles, the most common hurdles were, because it was important to me to see whether I could actually see common ground in there. And well, these are the most frequent ones. Do they sound familiar to you? My 5-year-old neighbor can actually do this better than you. I can't seem to find this, but neither can you, right? So what is this? Explaining to me in English, plain English, please. Cannot understand anything. Could you please do it now? Could you please do this now? Do it, because I have no idea what I'm asking you, but just do it, because people are pressing me. Yeah? And similar, this is, you've got many deadlines as well, but so do they, and they just don't care. Just do it. The same for SEOs. Absolutely the same for SEOs. Every single one of them. And you can add more to the list if you want to. And it is terrible, really, because when you think about it, collaborating is good because we can work together on the products that we are working on, websites and mobile applications, monetize from them, make them visible, make them appealing, not pretty. We are not the coloring department. But yeah, I mean, this is what collaboration does, and it is really useful for our own companies and for ourselves as well, because it's more satisfying, really, collaborating than not, because we don't really want, at the end of the day, to publish anything that is not going to be useful, that people are not going to find interesting to use or easy to use, right? Because you know, it's our own professional thoughts, really. Everybody likes having a good impression of everybody else. So this is what we call Conway's Law. So sometimes we see websites or applications that are not looking good, or cannot be used properly, just like this one. Anyone who has been in the UK, who's UK-based, will remember Cat Kidston. And I remember thinking, oh my God, what is happening with the localization of this website? And everything else, to be perfectly honest. And it's not to do with the skill set, any technical skill set or anything. It's just that the implementation was not fantastic. And the reason for that is that PwC were auditing them, but then the impression from outside was not the best. And we don't want to get that, right? Now, so, what do we need you to do? From our point of view as an SEOs, we need you to help us doing a fantastic, solid technical implementation. Because no matter how difficult things are on the SERPs, on the search engine results pages, no matter what happens with this generative search, AI overviews, you name it, we still need a fantastic implementation, because otherwise, our websites and mobile applications cannot survive. And this is a fact, yeah? And also we need advice and support, because we don't know what you do know. It's as simple as that. It's not our job. It's not something that we do for a living, but you do. And there is this overlap between SEO, technical SEO, and development, and this is where we actually meet middle ground. We do definitely need that. Some examples: uptime, accessibility, really important. The technical aspects of accessibility is actually your bag, not ours, but we kind of work together so that we know what to implement and why, really. Some examples. Website migrations, particularly the two riskiest examples, servers, and replatforming. We definitely need you there so that we can do, just the URL redirections, cybersecurity, and things like technical implementations as well, integrations with other tools. Just imagine somebody who's been using Sitecore and wants to use WooCommerce and WordPress from now onwards, and they are not acquainted with that. So how would they know what to do if you don't advise them on technical limitations, for example? Yeah? This is just a few examples. You can add more to the list because, and this is really important, SEOs can also help building both websites and mobile applications. This is what we do for a living, and this is also a big blocker that we have found with you as well. So you kind of think, oh, we are more marketing, and we are marketing, but it's more the technical side of things. And yeah, it's an overlap, but this is what we do. So now, what has worked for me to be able to collaborate? We need to communicate with transparency and show good willingness and everything, but we also need to have some compassion. Compassion, just thinking about, people have different deadlines, people like to be talked to in different ways as well, in the appropriate way. You don't really want to be talked to in a certain way. So what would you actually talk to them, to other people in a different way, in a bad way, right? It isn't easy, but it is necessary that we actually do that, because again, our jobs may be on the line if that website or mobile application is not exactly good, and our companies cannot monetize from them. So this is a suggested workflow that I have been using, I have been following. Of course, you have to adapt to the situation, but first things first, find out who you need to talk to in the first place. In some companies, and this is me talking to SEOs at the moment, in some companies, the main person looking after development is called business analyst. In other companies, it's a project manager. So you just find out who that person may be, have a chat with them, agree a workflow, meaning maybe just regular meetings, perhaps not every day, maybe not even every week. because it's boring and there might be nothing to say. But maybe after a couple of days, I meant just attending to stand-ups and meetings so that people can be on the same page. And I know this may sound boring, but after a while, you just kind of do this naturally. It's just about being aware of what the other person is actually doing and why they are doing it. Because we need to tell you as SEOs that we need to make some requirements so that websites and mobile applications can actually be visible and can actually work and can meet accessibility standards and usability standards, etc., etc. Now, what do you think can go wrong here? Absolutely everything. Absolutely everything, particularly the feedback loop. And this is really, really bad because you normally need to aim at having a fantastic feedback loop so that it's positive. It's in a it's positive that you actually get to hear what they are up to. If there are any issues, security issues, for example, that you need to be aware of so that you don't actually go with more requirements or chasing them all the time, right? But it's especially these parts that actually requires a lot more attention because it's just like with any project. If you start a project, you start with the planning, you do the requirements, etc., but you do not implement them, then you have nothing. Nothing, absolutely nothing, and you cannot monetize. It's really important that the implementation and the correct Q&A is actually being done. And of course, the feedback aspect of it. Because it's actually satisfying from a personal perspective to think about it like that. So yeah, like I said before, communication, involving people from the very beginning. Do not hold things back. Why would you? Just be open, transparent. Have as many meetings with them as they prefer. Some people do not like emailing. It's as simple as that. They don't like emailing, and they would barely look at emails. So just ideate something else. Some other type of collaboration, but feedback loop on both sides, super important. Because again, this is what we do for a living. It really is very important that you understand that we are marketing, but we build websites and mobile applications. So just a few takeaways. Collaboration improves the products that we are talking about, the end products. The work atmosphere so that everybody actually works fine, and you can have the time and the opportunity to bring up new ideas or concerns, something that is happening, because there is no free flow of information. Things are actually quite complicated. It really is very, very complicated. The industry is changing all the time. So just think about this. And also, lastly, your own ego. It's actually a lot easier if you collaborate and build bridges rather than burning them. Yeah? You can learn from each other as well. Remember that everybody is coming from different cultures. It means that everybody will have a different approach to technology, a different approach to SEO. We'll see things from another point of view, perhaps. They will be more aware about certain regulations, perhaps. They will be more aware of certain other ways of doing things, which also comes with experience. But then if somebody else has already that experience in your team, why not? Yeah? Just be aware of how they actually communicate, how people like being communicated to. So if you have noticed, I have tried to do a bit of both things that I mentioned earlier, theory and examples, so that it's easier to understand for everyone. And then I'll finish the story. So it started off slightly tough for me, but it was mostly because most people in there had got wind of the troubles with the website, and they just thought, oh my goodness, if anybody actually touches that, it's going to break. It didn't break at all. I actually proved to them, and I gained their trust after doing so, that nothing could actually break that easily. But it's also true that the implementation was really, really shy. And also the developer ended up confiding in me with some problems, particularly one when WordLine had not sent him a line of code that we need to fix the payment path, the all-important payment path. Yeah, so we actually worked together on that. I helped him out, and this is how things actually ended. Really, everybody was quite happy, because again, it doesn't always work, but we need to try. One time when it didn't work for me was when our common client was actually difficult to get hold of. So the developer and myself were having a conversation every now and then, but I was seeing that he was not implementing the stuff that he had agreed to implement, particularly because we were preparing for a migration. So I was especially nervous and biting my nails, really. And I found out that he was not talking to the client, to his client and to my client, despite being on the same building. But then the client was not around. It was really difficult and complicated situation. We managed to sort it out, but it was mostly because we actually stuck together. And that was really satisfying as well from a personal perspective. Because think about the complexity of the ecosystem, the digital ecosystem, with things changing all the time from a technical perspective, from a regulatory perspective. Cultures are different as well. If we do not actually make the effort, then we will actually fall behind. And from a professional perspective, it might not be useful to us anymore. So, I've been Montserrat Cano, international SEO, digital strategist. If you have any questions, abete domande, or if I can actually help any business here and everything, just get in touch with me, ask me around. I will be around for a few minutes. De question, preguntas, anything? Thank you so much.
We can see. Yes. I think we can see if there's a few questions from the audience. We have some time. So if you have one, raise your hand. We have a mic runner. He's really fast to bring the mic to you. Yes, we have a question on the right. You have to answer them. I don't. You answer all the questions.
You sure?
Yeah.
You mentioned perplexity. I think perplexity is pretty great. Have you kind of noticed a shift in the traffic that you see as an SEO person that suggests that maybe more people are relying on things like Perplexity rather than making their own searches? Just let Perplexity do it for them.
Sorry, could you?
Just have you noticed any difference in the kind of traffic that you get through websites? That some of it's coming from like AI tools like Perplexity.
Well, traffic is slightly unrelated to this, but traffic does change all the time. So we are not getting the same amount of traffic at all times to every single website. It has never happened, really, because of a variety of issues, really, seasonality, etc., but also because, Google sometimes change, competition changes, etc., What I was referring to is the fact that the changes in technology can actually affect the way clients, internal and external, perceive SEO, perceive technology. Because at the end of the day, everybody wants to sell, and they are more keen on, just selling. And they think, okay, more traffic, more sales, which actually is not the case. It's not usually the case, because more traffic, if it is more qualified traffic, then fantastic. But yeah, I mean, it does change all the time. It's, I think our job is basically making sure that people are in line with developments, things that may happen, so that they understand the need to keep on doing what we are doing. But also, yeah, as I said, traffic changes over time. Does that answer your question?
I see a thumbs up. That's a good sign. All right, we do have time for one more question, if there's any. Now's your chance. And otherwise, you'll be around the entire conference, right?
I will.
Perfect. So then people can find you in the hallway and come to you with all their questions.
Yes, definitely.
Before sending you off, I have to jump off stage quickly because we have a very special gift from the organizing team to thank you very much for your talk. I'm not going to spoil it, but I'm sure they all want to know what you're getting, so they'll find you later to ask.
Come find me.
But it's definitely something especially from Italy, and it will be very useful when you come back to Italy.
I see.
So, thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you everyone for attending, also at home. Thank you very much. We'll have a short break in this room.
Grazie mille.
We'll have a short break in this room and then be back in about 10 minutes for our last speaker before lunch. So things are going smoother as we move through the morning. So now a simple thumbs up already enables my mic. This is fantastic. The tech team behind here is doing an amazing job. So yeah, thank you very much. If you just came into the room and you haven't heard me whine about this before, if you're sitting on the edge of a row with no one in the center, you're kind of blocking everyone else coming in. And we know from experience that this room is going to be packed. We'll have people standing in the back because we've had that all morning. So if you could move to the center of your row so that people coming in later can take the seats on the outside, that is very much appreciated. If that puts you next to someone you haven't met before, well done. That's exactly what WordCamp Europe is for, to network and meet new people. So you have about 9 minutes to do an elevator pitch, introduce yourself, to find your new business partner, life partner, whatever you're looking for. So yeah, move to the center, get a little bit closer. We know that all the seats will be taken in a few moments because when people have their coffee, they come in here to hear about what happened with the plugin repository in the last year. In the meantime, while we have still 8 minutes to fill. So I'm kind of curious, who here is attending their first WordCamp Europe? That's still a lot of people. And I was going to do an interview with you personally, but unfortunately I don't have a walking mic, so you're good. But I'm curious because we have these events. They become bigger every year. I mean, last year we were around 2,500 people. This year we're super close to 3,000 people attending WordCamp Europe. That only gives us the promise for next year. But my question is, why are we not? Given that WordPress is 43% of the internet, we always say, in the O2 Arena in London with 20,000 people. Why aren't we there? Part of the answer probably is because you didn't bring enough friends. Hopefully that is because tickets were sold out. But for next year, if we all bring like 5 or 6 people extra, we can get to that 20,000. I mean, that would be fantastic. If you like WordCamp Europe and you like to do community things, you like meeting people, there's also a thing called meetups. Who's heard about meetups before? Oh, that's not everyone. Okay, so WordCamp is like, and especially WordCamp Europe is the biggest WordPress conference out there, but meetups are kind of the same, but then slightly smaller. They start from 2 or 3 people meeting every now and then to 150, 200 people meeting several times a month. But a lot of meetups are all around the world. So if you don't know about the WordPress meetup in your city, start Googling, go to meetup.com to find your local meetup. And if there isn't one, because that might be possible, then that could be a good reason to start your own. Now, if you have no idea how to do that, don't worry. We're very close to the sponsors area where there's a community booth. So after this talk, don't leave now, but after the talk, you head over to the community booth and you go like, I want to know if there's a meetup in my city. And if not, what do I do to organize one? And I expect that by next year, we are seeing a lot more local meetups that all started here in this room today. So that's on you. I'll be keeping an eye on you. For now, we have more people coming in, so I'm going to do my little invite again. Come on to the front. There's a lot of seats available right here. It's nice because we know that all the seats will be filled. So move on to the front. And if you're sitting at the edge of a row without people in the center, then please move to the center so that people coming later can also join. Because we will have all these jeez, Taco. See, I'm nervous. That's what happens when I'm on the stage. We will have all the seats filled. Oh yeah, good. Yeah, he was reminding me that I drove a bus yesterday. No, I wasn't there. I know. Okay, so if the walk from track 1 and 3 here is a little bit far for you. There's good news, because there's golf carts. They're just right outside this room. So if you need to go to the other track fast and you don't want to walk, that's your way to get there. The thing is, they have 3 passenger seats and there's only 2 of them. So don't all jump on them. But if you need the transportation, it's readily available just outside of this room. So that's really nice. There's a few more things I can mention. So let me see my notes, because these are live notes. So sometimes they change things about what I should say. Oh, one of the things I should definitely ask is, who already picked up their conference swag from the info desk? That's not even half the room. Okay, so in the hallway, where all the smaller sponsor booths are, if you stop looking at the sponsors for a little bit, you should look at them later, but stop looking at them for a little bit and then look to the right. There's the info desk, and there's amazing volunteers at work that are handing out all the conference swag. So make sure to grab yours, because it would be a shame to have them stuck with it. If you like the presentations, or if you have feedback on the presentations, please go to the WordCamp website, so europe.wordcamp.org/2024/feedback. It's not very hard to remember, but website/feedback. You can select the talk you attended and give feedback about the talk. This is super useful information for both the speakers and for the content team for next year, because I've been told there will be a next WordCamp Europe. So this is information that next year's team can use to learn more about what's popular. Let me see. Who is planning on going to the after party tomorrow? All right, me too, me too. Did you all check out the theme? Italian cinema? If you didn't find anything to dress up yet, there's still time to go shopping today. But if you're going, and I think you should, because typically these after parties are fantastic, don't forget to bring your badge, because only with your badge you get entrance to the after party. So that's an early reminder. If you like early reminders, I have another one tomorrow at 1. So that's around lunch. We'll do a group photo. Location is outside. I know that's very broad, but I'm sure it will be clear. But put it in your calendars, because you don't want to miss the group photo. For everyone coming in, we have some seats in the front, so don't hide in the back. It's not needed. It's not elementary school. If you're sitting on the edge of a row, please move to the center so that others can join you, because we have 2 more minutes until we have to get started. So yeah, let's give everyone a seat. All right, with that, we're getting super close to getting started, but a lot of people are flowing in. So let's do a little exercise. Can you please all stand up if you're able to? Yeah, amazing. Yeah, it's nice to see that people are listening to me. It's fantastic. Okay, so if you can put one hand in the air, and then wave from left to right or right to left or whatever, just don't hit your neighbor. Yeah, and then turn a little round. You've now done an absolutely useless exercise. Thank you very much. All right, with that, I think it's time to announce our next speaker. Let me grab my notes, because especially when I'm on stage and nervous, I keep forgetting what I wrote. So here is a little intro. But before we do that, there's one question I have to ask you. Who's been using WordPress since before 2010? That's not a lot of people, but it's good to have you here. Because I'm not saying that our next speaker is a unicorn, but we all know that there are not that many people in our community today who can say they've been using WordPress since version 2.7 in 2009. Francesco has been in the WordPress community since he discovered it in 2012. and he's been dancing around in the community since then. He became a member of the plugin team when Mika Epstein, or better known as Ipstenu, stepped down about a year ago. He's now one of the reps of the plugin team, and today he's going to tell you all about his journey with the team. So please give the biggest round of applause for Francisco.
Thank you very much. I can see a lot of people around here. Thank you for coming to this talk. Okay, so here today, I'm going to tell you a story about how the repository needed a new team of volunteers, how we got there, what we are doing to improve it, and what plugin authors can do to contribute to it. I'm Francisco Torres. I'm just a normal developer doing things with WordPress since a long time ago. I love cycling and swimming, and I have a bigotito, which means a small mustache or little mustache in Spanish. And nowadays, I'm one of the volunteers in the plugin review team. I'm actually sponsored by SiteGround through the Fight for the Future program, and that allows me to contribute a meaningful amount of time to the community. So thanks for that as well. Okay, 1 month ago, I'm preparing this talk and thinking about the approach. I remember school presentations. You begin with definition, history, and so on. You continue with that. And let's begin with a definition. This is an open source repository focused on software that extends the functionality of WordPress. A definition. But I think that this is not good enough to say all this repository means to the community. So sit back, because I'm going to continue speaking for another 29 minutes. Digging in the past, I find something new, WP-plugins.org. Well, this is 2005, but it is news for me, maybe for you as well. This is a repository with 60 plugins. That is actually the same repository we have today, just in a different domain, different logo as well. Back then, the requirement to add a plugin was to license it under our GPL compatible license, and also send an email to Matt. This repository already includes some of the perks we have today, like free hosting, version control, and also gives you greater visibility to the community. Although, this is still a bit technical, because you have to install plugins manually. Then I discovered WP-plugins.net, that's the difference, .org.net, which is a project from Dr. Dave. This is a non-official website with an easy interface to find and download plugins. And using an additional plugin called WP Plugin Manager, you can easily install and update these plugins, but only the green ones, those no. Yeah. 2 years later, in 2007, along with WordPress 2.2, the first version of the official WordPress.org plugin directory is released. In this version, we can see most of the features we have today, like all the plugin information with different sections, description, installation, screenshots, and so on, an easy-to-use interface, search, tags, support forums, which are really useful today, statistics, and reviews with stars and so on. You know, everyone loves reviews. 2009, this continues to evolve mostly visually, as WordPress.org website evolves visually as well. In this visual evolution, I'm showing this plugin, Syntax Highlighter by Viper007 Bond, also known as Alex Mills. This plugin allows you to share code on your site without losing the formatting and highlighting the syntax. It serves a specific purpose. This plugin wasn't meant for everyone in every situation. Maybe it is mostly for developers, but it is beneficial for non-developers as well. Easily sharing code, that's kind of part of the open source culture, right? I'm using this and other plugins from Alex Mills since a long time ago. I never knew him, but I knew his plugins, which are really helpful for me in different websites. By the way, new feature here, translations from the community. The author of this and other plugins, Alex Mills, sadly passed away 5 years ago because of leukemia. And he left a message to us. Since all of my plugins are open source, they are free to be forked by reputable authors in the WordPress community. It would mean a lot to have my legacy go on. Today, members from the community continue to maintain his plugins, which now suggest to donate to the Oregon Health and Science University. Today, plugins developed by Alex Mills are useful for more than 1 million websites built on WordPress. This is a community. This is mostly about how we can help each other. And I want to say that anyone is welcome to host their code here for free, as long as they meet the requirements. Here are the guidelines. Let's read them from top to bottom. Guideline 1, plugins must be compatible with... I'm joking. Please read them back at home. Those are basically, quote well, think of the community, and be a good person. But yeah, read them. Somehow, the plugins directory is today close to get to a total of 60,000 plugins available. And I want to say thanks. Thanks for developers for uploading and maintaining their plugins. To users for trusting the directory and share your thoughts. To sponsors for keeping this running. And also to all volunteers, not only volunteers reviewing plugins, but also helping in the forums, designing, maintaining the systems, etc. There are different teams in the community that are involved in the plugin directory. Support, meta, design, performance, core, etc. The main team behind the plugin directory is the plugin review team. And yes, it is all volunteers who maintain this. The duties of this team are review plugins, directory support, handle security reports, enforce guidelines, develop and evolve team's tools, write documentation, and train new members joining the team. But why? Why we bother with all of this? We can do nothing and have fun. Imagine a scenario where the plugin directory had no oversight or control. Millions of websites used by millions of people use the plugins in this directory. We want a place where users can trust the pieces of software that powers their WordPress websites. This team is here to advise plugin authors about how to make their plugins secure, compatible, and compliant with the guidelines. Mika Epstein, you already mentioned her. She has been a volunteer to the plugin review team since 2012. For 11 years, she has been the main contributor, having reviewed more than half of the total submissions to the repository or the directory. Together with other volunteers, she played an important role in the creation of the current guidelines, communication with plugin authors, establish what to check for in the plugin reviews, and other improvements to the directory, such as making teamwork possible. Thanks to Mika for everything for all these years. In March 2023, she announced that she will be stepping down from plugins review by July 2023. The team lost its main contributor. Oh no, another WordPress drama. Okay, so I think that we already covered all the historic context and the background. Let's begin with something new. In April 2023, I'm in contact, among other people, some of them are here, to be part of the new plugin review team. When I received that call, obviously, the first I say is, no, are you crazy? I'm not going to do that. No, 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 that's not for me, no, bye, no, 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 goodbye, no, 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 please, no. This is too much work, this is a huge responsibility, no, 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 no. No, oh, here, yeah, here is the, so I can run away, yeah. The thing is that 4 weeks later, I find myself in a Slack channel with Mika and other members of the community, as well as other new volunteers. Here, we are learning all the team's tasks. It is May 2023, and we run against the clock before Mika leaves. A huge backlog of plugins pending review is growing day after day, and we can feel the responsibility and pressure from plugin authors. And also, besides learning and reviewing plugins, we have other challenges, like create processes to work as a team, and also do anything that could help us be more efficient, and also create a process to bring new members to the team, more volunteers, and training them. In this period, we learned a lot. By July, Mika leaves, and we have to manage by ourselves. The plugin queue continued to grow for another 3 months. One of the team's most demanding tasks is plugin review. The review is a conversation between the plugin author and the reviewer. The goal of this review is getting the best out of the plugin to make it available to the community. This is how I do a complete review process for a new plugin submission. First, I go to a really, really special website that has all the pending submissions. And yes, this is WordPress. This is just a custom post type containing all the plugins in the repository. Here, I just open and assign to me the oldest submission in the list. At this point, I also put some 80s dance music because I need some reading to work on this. Then, I check all the information about the submission. This is what we call the paperwork. First, I check the name, if that contains any track marks or names in a confusing way. I also check the description. Is this plugin allowed in the repository, and does it do what it says it does? And I check the author. Is this the right owner for this plugin? I'm listening to music yet. Then I move on to my favorite part. Obviously, I am a developer, so then this is the technical review. We run analysis tools that are a mix of a lot of things. PHP-CS, bash scripting, static code analysis, and regular expressions. That's a lot going on at the same time, I can say that. This tool performs 171 checks and 56 of those are new automated checks. Despite this, execution usually takes less than 20 seconds. For example, the tool looks for any kind of escaping issues. Here, it asks me to manually check the callback function of an add shortcut call. And this is because it is not able to check that manually. We have to, it is not able to check that automatically. We have to check that manually. Here, this is another line of the report. It looks for the correct use of internationalization functions. Sorry, I'm Spanish. In this case, there are two international. Can you say that? Internationalization. There are two internationalization calls that have variables in their arguments. And this is not okay. No, this is not okay. Because those need to be strings. There is a technical reason behind that, because the translation parser needs to read them. So those need to be strings. The tool is so confident that this is wrong that it already brought that issue in the email to the plugin author. We try to automate as much as possible. In this period, we did more than 400 commits to these internal tools, adding functionality and fixing bugs. Every small improvement saves us seconds on every review, and also increases our accuracy. All this stuff is going to be ported to the plugin check plugin. Finally, the last thing I do in a review, and remember, I am still listening to 80s music. I execute the plugin in an isolated WordPress installation just to check functionality. You can see I am a cyclist. With our findings in this process, we either approve it, reject it, or ask for changes. And when we ask for changes, we send an email containing all the issues we found, with links to documentation, examples from their code, and additional information that can help the plugin author. Sometimes this email is huge. Who here received this email at some point in their life? Oh, a lot of people. OK, I'm going to tell you something. If we told you something wrong in this email, sorry, and tell us. We make mistakes. Then the author will make the changes, get back to us, and we will review the plugin once again. We send around 2,000 emails per month, and we have 272 safe replies to create those emails. A year ago, I was scared with a queue of plugins pending review that wouldn't stop growing. There were over 700 plugins in the queue when we joined, and that peaked at 1,300 plugins back in October. The estimated wait time was 3 months. Imagine that. Luckily, since October, we have been able to stop the queue from growing and also reducing it by about 100 submissions per month. And I want to share with you some statistics. Each plugin review takes an average of 4 to 8 minutes. And every plugin requires an average of 5 reviews before it is ready for approval. This means that for every hour a volunteer devotes to the team, they could take 1 to 5 plugins to approval. And you can see a little thing here, excluding cases of discontinued communication. What does that mean? Sadly, we never receive a response for around half of the plugins we review. This is a huge waste of our time. In the last 12 months, we have been able to approve 2,200 plugins. If you want to say a whoa, whoa. That's nice. Thank you. And we did some things to optimize our workflows. For example, when we see common issues in the plugins, we send an email with information about how to find and fix those. And they can fix those and get back to us. Also, the first review is based on automated checks, and we do a comprehensive review with manual checks and so on for those continuing the process. We do this because of those people that don't reply to the first review. We also prioritize those submissions that are making a good progress and are closer to approval. The good news is that we have seen authors improve their code over time, and we are getting better submissions. They're using tools such as plugin check, and they are making this process faster and easier for everyone. Improved tools, improved workflows, and better submissions reduce review times by 2 to 3 times, which is a lot. Today, we are more than 10 volunteers, and others are in the training process. The training process takes an average of 2 months. And this is because we have to handle and have too many things into account, and experience is an important factor. By the way, we already have opened 2 processes for people to join the team in the last year. If you want to join, please pay attention to the Make Plugins website, because we expect to open new processes in the future. OK, how are you doing? I'm going to stop talking about us, about the team, and start talking about you, about plugin authors, those that raise their hand a little bit, and potential plugin authors, because anyone with a little bit of code skills can submit a plugin to the directory, just following the rules. The community has some expectations about you and how you take care about the plugins. And let me clarify this. Not everything in this list is mandatory. Those are expectations. Also, failure to comply with some of them could lead to the rejection or closure of your plugin. I already talked about the 2 first expectations. Just be aware of the guidelines and be nice. Act as a community member. If you have not read the guidelines yet, this is now your homework. Another expectation is that you are aware and apply best practices. You can get those best practices through documentation, but also on forums, WordCamps, reading code, and practicing. If you haven't checked out the documentation yet, this is your homework too. Community expects that you maintain your plugin, and users also expect you to be receptive. Find out what's not working on your plugin. You can do that through comments in the support forums. Get feedback from the users. Test, detect, and fix issues. Evolve your plugin. Improve it. Add new features. And always remember to test your code before doing a new release. Now let's talk about some common issues we can find on plugins and how those can be solved. Here, when you develop a new plugin, you need to include some information about it. And you do that in 2 files, the README file and the plugin headers, which is a small comment in the top of your main PHP file. In these files, we find some common issues, like not setting up the name correctly, links that aren't working, the tested app parameter, which we expect that to be the latest WordPress version to which this plugin was tested. Sometimes we don't get the latest WordPress version for new plugins, so yeah, check that out. And also inaccurate descriptions. We expect from descriptions to say what the plugin does and how you can do that with your plugin. I have a special mention to two parameters in these files, the stable tag and the version. Those are two parameters with different names in different files, but those need to have the same thing, which is the latest version of the plugin. I know that this is confusing, so please pay special attention to it. Another common issue is about prefixing, because all plugins must have unique names for some things, like functions, namespaces, defines, class, globals, options, hooks, cons, transients, custom post types, taxonomies, okay, a lot of things. And I think I left some without mentioning them. This prevents your plugin from conflicting with other plugins and themes, and actually also with the core of WordPress. To achieve this, we ask authors to prefix names with a string of more than 4 characters that also feels unique to that plugin. Now, let's continue with some security issues: sanitizing, escaping, and nonsense plus permissions. The thing is that we find this kind of issues in more than 80% of the submitted plugins to the directory. And more than half of non-plugin security issues are because of forgetting about this. It is really, really, really important that you be aware about this. Let's go with that. Sanitizing protects your inputs. Every time you receive data from post, get, request, even cookie, some server variables, you need to sanitize it as soon as possible. There are general PHP functions in order to do so, and there are also specific WordPress functions. For example, sanitize email, which is obviously for emails. Escaping protects your outputs. Any stored or generated data needs to be escaped before being echoed or printed. Escape as late as possible, and also use the proper function for each context. Nonsense and permissions protect requests by verifying they are legitimate. Basically, this checks that the person doing the request is the same person when processing the request, and also that person had the intention to do that request. In order to do that, you create a nonce before doing the request, you send that nonce with the request, and you check the nonce and permissions before processing the request. What a busy year. New people in the office, new responsibilities, lot of changes, and a lot of work. We want to keep moving forward. We already have some ideas for the future. We want to update and add common issues or questions to documentation, make it more practical. Also, maybe we can create learn resources. We also want to establish regular communication with plugin authors and improve the information given by the team. Also, we want to assist in the process to update the guidelines. There is a GitHub repository where you can go to collaborate with this. And we also want to continue improving the tools. And I left the most important thing for the end. Please don't go yet. This is a new tool that you can use to help yourself checking some of the things we discussed earlier. This is the plugin check plugin. This is a new plugin developed by the WordPress performance and plugin review teams that aims to help developers identify some common issues. You just need to install it, check the plugin you want to check, run the test, and that's it. Easy peasy. We really recommend you to use it when you submit or update your plugin. Even if you don't plan to publish your plugin to the WordPress.org plugin directory, use that. You will be making it more secure for your users. And when you use that, when you try to submit to the plugin directory, it will save us, and I mean reviewers and authors, a lot of time doing the review, making them faster and with less effort. This tool already covers the most common issues we find during reviews, and we are adding new checks as we can. You can also help with the plugin development of this tool on GitHub. I believe that together we can make a better plugin directory for everyone. Be welcome to submit your plugin to the directory. It will be an honor to see you in a plugin review someday. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have some time for questions. I see a lot of hands, but this time I'm going first. So obviously, everyone and their mom is currently using AI for everything.
Mm-hmm.
Are you planning on using AI to automate all of this as well?
I think that would be great, because we do a lot of manual job with the reviews, and AI can help us with that. The thing is that we also need those reviews to be accurate. And sometimes AI has hallucinations. So we are thinking about training AI to do some things, which is not to do the entire review, but to check the report we already have, which is accurate, and discard false positives, because we have a lot of those. Yeah. So it will take a little bit of manual process.
Nice, that makes sense. Okay, now on to your questions. I know that's what you came from. We do have a mic runner.
Here.
Mike, you're
ready. So thank you, Francisco, great talk.
Thanks.
I'm David from Poland, and I'm thinking, because web development evolves rapidly, and arguably WordPress coding standards, they sometimes don't catch up quickly enough. And I'm thinking, because we have a lot of usages, for example, like TypeScript in plugins right now, which if you apply coding standards to TypeScript files, it looks awful. And sometimes also people use stuff like PSR4 auto-loading, which is like against the naming conventions for WordPress, also against the guidelines. I'm thinking, do you have any like internal guidelines for your team that you look at, saying, okay, we are okay with this, but we don't encourage this publicly on the docs? And also, is this just maybe like an arbitrary call from the reviewer?
Yeah, so the latest guideline in the plugin guidelines says some things. One of the things that it says is that the team can decide about making exceptions for certain cases. And that is there because of that. Because we know that sometimes there is a functionality of a plugin, or there is something that we can't cover with the current guidelines or with the coding standards. So when that happens, we just check that manually. Normally, maybe you will have a false positive in the email we sent to you, and you will have to reply us telling, hey, please look at this, because this works in a different way. That's normally of what you are checking for. So please take a look to it. In that moment, the reviewer that is checking the plugin will make a decision, which is either allow that if the reviewer decides that everything is fine with that, or take that to the team. We have a Slack channel for the team, and we discuss those kind of things, as well as other things, like other things that happens in the directory, like guidelines violations, etc. But that's one of the things we check. So yeah, we check that manually in case that happens.
My mic runner's so fast.
Hi, Francisco. First of all, thank you for your work.
Thanks.
I have nothing but good things to say about the plugin review team for more than 10 years now. So thank you. And so to my question, is there any plans to have some kind of automated tools not involving your work for updates? Because what we see sometimes is that a plugin could be like 100% really good with the guidelines for the first release, and then on the second release, it's a shipwreck.
Yeah, that's actually one of the objectives of the plugin check plugin. That you can have an easy tool to check out your own plugin after that, after you publish them and it and so. But also we have other things in mind, yet in mind. The last week we published a post in which we said some things that we think about the future, and one of those were to check plugins until they reach a certain number of active installations by the team. So that's something we are thinking about, to do that by the team, but you can also do that with the plugin check plugin. And we know that in the future, the plugin check plugin is going to get better with more features. So that's one option for that.
And if I understand correctly, that's something that plugin authors can do already today, right? Check every update through the plugin.
Yeah, they can check their own plugin, and well, with plugin check plugin, but they also can use PHPCS, which is a great tool with many years, and they are improving a lot.
All right. Are there any other questions? Yes, I see one.
Hi, my name is Christina. I'm from Guatemala.
Hi.
There is a situation that I've noticed quite frequently. We have sometimes plugins that haven't been updated for several years. And I wonder if, but we don't get notified of those things as, I'm not a developer, but as a project manager, let's say, I don't get notified about those things, at least not regularly. Mm-hmm. So I wonder if there is any point where you think that you may have some sort of process where you can check with the developer more frequently, let's say on a yearly basis, so that we don't wait 3-4 years. Because when we update PHP or when we, I don't know, do WordPress upgrades or stuff like that, it creates security issues when it hasn't been updated, the plugin. So I wonder if you have that in mind or are taking that into consideration to communicate with the developers a little bit more frequently to make sure that those plugins are not going to be left on a side for too long?
Thank you for your question. We have that in mind, and actually there is one thing that we are already doing. For every WordPress release, we send an email to all authors just to check out with them and tell them, you may update your plugin. Optional, but yeah, you can do that. And we also give some information about the new features the new version of WordPress has for that plugin. So about plugins that aren't updated for a long time, that is actually tricky, because some plugins might be not updated for 5 years, and maybe they are working fine because they are doing a feature that is a small feature with no security flags. So maybe that's fine. In those cases, what the directory does is that that plugin is not available in the search. So that's kind of discodaging for find and install that plugin specifically. But yeah, you mentioned about you having that plugin already installed in your WordPress installation. In that case, I don't really know what to do about that. I don't have an answer to that. Maybe the community can gather and have any idea. One of the obvious ideas is to have a message in your WordPress dashboard in the plugins area telling, hey, this plugin wasn't updated for 3 years. The same message we have in the directory. But as I already told, that's tricky because some of them are going to work fine, even if those are not updated. So that's something we need to think about. I don't really have a reply or an idea for that right now.
All right, we have time for one more question, and that's right here.
Just a quick question. What is the duration of the waiting queue for new plugins now?
Now it is around 20 to 25 days, and that is increasing. And you will notice that because we are here. We are not reviewing plugins. So these people in the front, those are reviewers, I am as well. We are here having fun. So for this week, that maybe it is 25, it is going to get to 30. I'm sorry.
Make us one promise, no reviews after the after party.
Yeah.
All right, with that, we've come to the end for today. If you have any questions for our speaker, find him later. I guess you'll be around for a little bit. And look, I have perfect assistance here. This is for you, a little gift from the organizing team. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
To all of you, before you run off, please know that there are a lot of sponsors out there who really need your visit. But maybe even more important right now, there's also a lot of food out there. If you have any dietary requirements, please find the queue for you. If you have any questions on that, ask the staff in the grey t-shirts because they are doing an amazing job. Thank you very much and have fun this afternoon with Jose as your MC.
Prova, 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 prova. Si sente? Prova, 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 1, 2, 3, ciao, buongiorno, benvenuti. Prova, 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 1, 2, 3. Ancora? Sì? Prego.
Hello, everyone. Ciao. Not working. Again. Hello, everyone. Ciao. Oh, better now. It's working. So welcome to the beginning of a new session on WordCamp Europe 2024, day one. Well, how was lunch? Did you enjoy it? Let's try again. This is not like. Did you enjoy it? Now I heard. Welcome. So before the session, a few informations for you because it's relevant. First, tomorrow, before lunch, we have the family photo. It will be taken outside Lingotto building. So we had to run until outside and join the crowd to take the picture. Be there, please, because this is a big moment that anyone can participate. No one can't miss it. So another thing, to make the transportation between the two main halls, the number one and this one, we have a golf cart that is available. It's a nice experience, so they told me. I did not enjoy it yet, but I will. So have a try. Take in consideration that we have two cars and they are 3 places in each one, and you can't drive, okay? Even with a permit, a license, you can't drive. Another thing, it's very, very important to visit the sponsors area. Not now, but in a break, take a visit to the sponsors area. They are very important for the event, for helping us to build an amazing WordCamp that we all can enjoy and we all at the same time can keep in affordable pricing for all the attendees. And also another thing about the code of conduct. You know what it is, so I will just remind you to take the code of conduct in consideration. This is the first session for this afternoon in this room. We'll have, after this session, a break, and after we'll have 4 lightning talks to enjoy. But before that, we have to enjoy this great presentation that we have to give to you. So we have a story, a journey that our 2 presenters already took on their way to building something different related to the transformation of a legacy website on a Blocks website. So Erica and Luis started a project. They had some issues, they had some troubles. It was a long, winding road until they found something that can help all of you do the same and avoid some traps on the way. So a big welcome to Erica and Luis.
I take that place, so you...
Test. Okay, it's working?
Hello.
Do you want one?
Yes,
the
please.
last one?
No, take
okay.
you the last one.
Okay, we are here. Hello, everyone. It's really heartwarming seeing the whole field. So please bear with us. We are really excited. Luis is his first experience as a WordCamp speaker, so
thank you.
Be kind to him.
Yes. First time ever.
So let's do it. Here are some links to connect and get in touch with us, so please spam us. And now I will say, let's begin. We are going to tell you a story, the story of our experience with our customer, the University of Luxembourg, and their need of a brand new website, but filled with the content from the old website that they were already having. We are going to present you this experience in a logical way, let's say, because the chronological one would have been more difficult for you to understand and to have important takeaways. So, we got this new challenging project full of great features to develop because it was a brand new website. And then, like a thunder in the night, the client asked, please migrate my legacy website. Okay, let's do it. A migration is already a daunting task, but we had to acknowledge the following boundaries. First of all, the client wanted to migrate only selected content to avoid bringing to the new website content that was not meant to be neither in the old one, like, for example, personal pictures. Luis.
In addition to that, this client required to insert new content into the system because maybe the old content was inaccurate and they wanted to transform it to the new design, right? So one part of this content, the majority of it was having a structure. That was, for example, study programs, research projects, and so on. And another part was content that was informative pages or something like that, that was much less, okay? But the real challenge of this new content was to understand how we are going to receive this information in a way that we can insert it into the system, right, Erika?
Yes, and also we were working into a consortium of agencies. So every agency wanted their voice heard into this project, and we had to acknowledge these multiple stakeholders into the project.
So to add some spice to this challenge, there was the 20th anniversary of the university, and we had to have the site by that date. Okay, so we have only few time to do it, and it was, yes.
Yes, and additionally, the design was not ready when we needed it to start developing the UI. So we put also some extra effort to collaborate with the client and achieve an organization and a finalization of the design.
In addition, this client had previous knowledge about WordPress. So when we were discovering the design, we understood, and this client was demanding specific features. Like, for example, they didn't want to have the possibility to add links to the headings. Or after discovering some requirements, we understood that we had to remove the cropping from the images because they will have a lot of things in the media folder, something like that. So this is a university, right? So we were understanding this business with them. Well, they knew their business, but we were understanding it, and they have a core concept which was the study programs. This is, aside from that, they had also another core concept that was the research project, which was for alumni to do them. So we started to see these pieces from a puzzle. And there were also like integration with APIs, obviously the blogs that we mentioned before, research areas, research groups, and finally, they were mentioning at some point of the project CSV files.
Yes, and other pieces of these puzzles were news and events that obviously university organizes events. And the content related to the people, like the researchers, the professors that want their profile seen on the corporate website. Additionally, we had also the complexity of having a brand new website, brand new design that was really different from the old one, because the university obviously was aiming for a full redesign of the website. And another little architectural complexity was the VPN that was between the old server and the rest of the world, so we had also to manage that. All of this was meant to be spread on a WordPress multi-site. You may ask, why are you adding this kind of complexity? Well, in this case, the multi-site was easing our job, because the university is a collection of entities like faculties, centers, and other little entities that they have. So a multi-site was the best option possible to manage the user access on each of these entities. And also because at a company level, we develop a product that is used to have multilingual websites with multi-sites. So it was a circle that was closing, let's say.
Yep.
And from this cauldron of features, architectural boundaries, and content, we found our way to categorize and group these type of contents based on what format this content was provided from the customer. And we could recognize 4 different type of migrations. For example, we have the news and events here that was only content, so we decided to grab that from the old database, and that was a migration from the old database to WordPress. While the people, for example, it was a migration from both the old database and using the new APIs. Sorry, Luis, this was yours.
No worries. Take it over.
And that was another kind of different migration that was not like this. And new content. The new content, do you want to take this?
Yes, no worries. And then we had these CSV files. So I mentioned before that for us was a challenge to understand how this client will provide this information to us. So what worked at the end was to provide to the client directories containing PDFs with a new design, with input fields where these people from their internal subdivisions were about to put the information, and they were requested to also put the images that they wanted to use on those pages in the same directory and the path, the relative path within that folder. So we later received this information, we parse it, we build these CSV files, and later we use that to insert it into the system. But what is also interesting is that we started to understand several things that, okay, these tracks, these different types have some similarities too. And this concept of symmetries was replicated later in other contexts. For example, we understood that there were blocks, there were some tracks that required custom development, which was, for example, the study program, sorry. And in the case of the people, we had to handle private images into the system, and yeah.
Yeah, more or less only this.
And the last track was the manual migration. Yeah. When the content was not following a structure, we could use just a manual migration for that.
Yeah.
So the takeaways of this part was you want to engage with your stakeholders because you are going to have a lot of meetings with them, and in order to discover or understand the real scope of the project. Okay, at the beginning it was very unclear, so this is very important if you are tackling a big website. And also you want to divide this massive amount of concepts in things that you can later tackle. Yeah, so after knowing the scope of this project, we needed to come out with a plan. So, and for that, we use many tools. So the first tool that we used for that was Project Libre, which is an open source software. It allows you to build these Gantt charts. To be honest, at this stage, when we used that, we did it because it was required by the client, and we didn't know all the requirements by this stage. So, but it was good to have a high-level estimation of several tracks, and also to understand the dependencies within them. So you may ask, and how you came with some estimation? Well, we didn't complicate it ourselves. So what we did is divide, okay, this track study programs, it requires requirements, solution design, implementation, QA, user acceptance test, and the minimum duration was 5 days. Obviously, later, we could see there that we got some definitions, and we updated the chart, but this was only working at the beginning of the project. So we have to come out with something better. And so we also tested another tool, which is Confluence. We used it for many reasons. One was documentation, project documentation, technical documentation. We also use it to understand the design. So we received the design, the final design, and there was many pages with many components, visual elements, and we started to divide it in smaller chunks and also organize what do I need to have first in order to build the bigger elements. So this chart, we created a Confluence page. We put there a chart, and we started putting images, as you can see in the slide. And this grew a lot. There were like 100 lines there, and at the end, this was very hard to update, to get the status and everything, so we had to find a better way to organize ourselves.
Yes, it was just not the right tool.
Yeah.
And another tool we used a lot as a shared tool with the client has been Google Sheets. This is one example, it's a scope file. We used it as a technical and contractual documentation, and it has been useful to list every post that was meant to be migrated. Another example is this, the evolution of the control chart. Is a Google Sheet, as you can see, with all the blocks mapping. So it has been compiled in collaboration with the designers of the new design system. And because we were overwhelmed by not understanding well the picture of this design system. The Confluence control chart was not helping us. And we basically asked for help for the designers. Please break this design because we are not getting it. And they were not understanding well our need. So this definition was their guide. Please break this design into page-wide sections of content. From that, they created this list of sections, we have called them. And the developers have taken these sections and broke down into smaller chunks, atoms, let's say, that they developed and composed these sections as a composition of these little atoms. Important in this file, apart from the list, is this little number that you may see here. It's the number of times this block is used. As you may understand, higher is the number of the times a block is used, more relevant was the block to be migrated, yes, and more relevant was to be developed. So we will see how we used this number soon. And another tool that we used to manage the project was Jira, okay. And these main features were helping us. First of all, the components. Obviously, we have used epics, but the components helped us to break the tracks, exactly, to have parallel tracks with an assignee, a basic assignee, and some other little features that we were testing, and it was successful as a test. Then we created custom fields, the priority number, and the design preview that were meant specifically for the issues on the custom blocks, because the basic fields that we were getting were not enough. And we used a lot of filters and dashboards to create lookup tables on the prioritized fields, using the prioritized fields to have the picture of the blocks of the next block to develop. Because as we have said, we were running under stress. This is an example, a portion of a dashboard. Here you can see the blocks ordered by this priority number, and you may have understood this is the number of time a block is used, and it's served like this. We see here that 40 times we have this section, and but what is section link 01? The developers were freaking out with these labels, so the design preview was helping them to understand at a visual level the type of block that they were assigned to, and also it served a lot with the client to understand, are you developing the right block? Yes, it's this. Okay, the takeaways from this part are, again, understand your scope, please, because the perimeter is where you are going to play with, let's say, and to have the dependencies inside your perimeter and to assess the priorities between these dependencies, because when you start to have a team of developers, of 8 developers, you don't want anyone to stay still, let's say, waiting for the priorities from other things. So that's why we had a good time of assessing priorities. And also that estimating a complex migration is really, really difficult. Luis has shown the Gantt chart that we developed at the beginning. It's a high level, okay. But when we start to dig deeper, it was hard to foresee all the roadblocks. So it's hard. It's hard to give to the client a deadline. Okay, opla, that's back. Let's continue.
So after having all this definition of the planning, we started the project, right? So as Erika mentioned before, the blocks were the critical path of this project because of the manual migration. It is true that we had a lot of automatic migration, but it was also true that in order to apply that, you have to have the blocks. And also for the manual migration, it was a reasonable amount of pages that they needed to build. And you don't want to put your manual migration in stress like, oh, this block is failing, I need to do a change, and they need to do again the page, and again, and again, and again. So you need to be really accurate on delivering the blocks very early and very good, also very well tested, so you can run your migrations after. So we tackled all of these in parallel. So one team was working on the visual elements, and another team was working on the business logic implemented for the study programs. So in the old website, there was an spaghetti code rendering the courses of a program, and we said, okay, we are going to own this business logic for you. We let the client know about that. And also, we started to work on the automated migration for the news and events that the system was required. So we did all that, taking into consideration the priority number that Erika showed before for the blocks. And so we started to code, but let's talk about that. And here starts the heavy part of this session. So this was our website architecture. We detected that we could divide the project by domain because we had these bigger concepts, study programs, research projects, people. So we created a modules plugin for each of those. And we orchestrated everything using Composer and a package which is open source called WP Starter. And we did heavy use of dependency injection. Okay, this is to not having to instantiate all over the place heavy services, complex services, and also to have singletons of those to not occupy too much memory. And for that, we use a tool called Modularity from our company. Check it out, it's amazing. It allows you to create service containers for plugins and connect them somehow, and then you have access to the services of the defining on those containers. And finally, we relied on interfaces instead of implementations. And let me tell you why that is very good. So basically, this having interfaces or coding using interfaces allows you to plan upfront your code. We were able to parallelize some tasks. In the case of study programs, we agreed a shape. You are going to receive this. That was the interface. We put that in a centralized place. I will talk about that later. And this front-end developer was able to mock, which is the second point of this slide, an implementation for that study program with dummy content. And that allowed him to work on the front end, while the back-end developer was also working on the integration with the API, resolving the problem of how to render this program or build them, which was our case. Then we put these interfaces in a Composer library to centralize them, all of them. that it was a library that only had that interfaces. So for us, it was really easy to detect when something required refactoring, because as soon as we saw a modification in one of the files in that package, we knew that we triggered alert and, okay, we need to change the consumers because this is changing. While the actual implementation, the code that is within, it was changing in another package with another velocity, which was faster. Then, what about the blocks? Well, most of them were custom because of this need from the editors. We wanted to simplify their life. We didn't want to expose too many flexibility. And also, when you have a big team, we were 8 developers, many QA, and also the content moderation team, many people involved in the project. But let's talk about the developers. You have a team of 8. You want that everybody is using some symmetry, the same tools, same factories to render a button, for example. So we built this abstraction layer. It did basically 2 things. It transformed the associative array that comes from the render callback from Gutenberg into a plain PHP object. And also it enforced the developer to use factories to run the code, to render the blocks. To be honest, this was adding an overhead for less experienced developers. It has slowed us a little bit down, but we created code that was maintainable. To ease this thing, we created a boiler generator to put in place the classes that were needed to render the blocks. And by the way, we did not use any ACF or similar to create the custom attributes in the system. So this is a diagram of the delegation of responsibility in the domain-driven design that we've implemented for this in this abstraction. And in here, I don't want to go into much detail, but you can see a method called iterate_config. It was a bad decision. Okay, we want to tell you also the bad things that we did. We were using the Symfony serializer to automatically iterate this object of attributes from the associative array that we were receiving from Gutenberg. Symfony serializer is a great tool. It allows you to do a complex stuff like that automatically with one line, but it also uses reflection and many things to understand how to iterate that class. If you do that in a context of one page and you have 1,000 blocks, you will hit a performance issue. But the problem was easily solved because we basically override this method on the consumer and did the mapping manually. This is a UML diagram for you when you get the slides. You can check it out later. And let's talk about the code. So this is the factory of one of the most complex blocks in the system. This is rendering the courses listed for a semester within a study program. So we are proud about these kind of factories because, as you can see, first we were able to have typed attributes, and when you have objects that have typed properties, you also get validation for free. And because it's a plain POPO, it's plain old PHP object. And secondly, we could inject other services, heavy services. In this case, in point 2, we are using the program repository. We use a repository pattern, factory pattern, many design patterns in this project. So we were retrieving all the information for this specific semester. And finally, the abstraction had a small layer, very, very low, that had like a view. The view knew where the template were. And basically, we had all the logic in the factory, and we grabbed all the digesting information, and we passed that to the view, and the thing get rendered. So we had 2 kinds of HTML to render, the one that was rendered by the blocks, and the one that was rendered to be inserted into the database that contained the serialized attribute objects. So that was, we wanted to test not having the type attributes, and use associative arrays in this for this kind of HTML that we had to build. But it was a really bad experience because, as you can see, we were using linters. We needed to tell the linter, hey, use this is the keys that we are receiving in this array, and you cannot centralize these definitions. And the image, for example, we were using many blocks. So at the end, it was a nightmare. And we learned that maintain Gutenberg HTML markup is really hard. So we have reached the core of one of the business core of the university, and this was the process to build them. So let's focus a little bit on the right. We have a page. This was a post type for us, a study program page. We wanted some symmetry with other tracks, the projects, and many others. So the pages contained blocks that were dynamic and blocks that were manual. So to build these study programs and to be able to pull them, we received courses. These courses, you may ask, okay, I need to render a study program. How do I know which courses belong to this program? The client said, okay, you have an array of the different combination of programs that you can have for this course in a study program. That meant that we had the same information of study program in several courses. So we did an unwinding of this array, and we inserted all the information in a network table, like a middle step, and then we run another command. Those were WP-CLI commands, by the way. And this command was having the business logic from the client that we call the dog logic. This was an internal thing to relax a little bit. And with that information, we were able to create our shape of the study programs containing all the courses, all the semesters, everything perfect. It was our model, not their model, and thanks God we did that. This is called anti-corruption layering software. And after getting that, we inserted it into an Elasticsearch index. And that was very good because later they added another source that we need to use in order to get the information of a study program. And that's it. Later, we could pull the information using the repository. Right, Erika?
Yes. Something similar we had at
thank you.
This drink. for the research projects, as you can see here, we have a similar structure, but let's begin from the beginning. Research projects, another core business of the university, was meant to be provided by the customer with an API that in that moment of the migration was missing, taken by a crocodile and a dragon. Yeah, because we need to have fun sometimes. And so how do we resolve this issue? We created a logic that was future-proof. So when this API will be ready, will be easy to switch to the API. But for now, we mock this API. We created a core custom post type that was mocking the API, and a page, research project, page, post type. The core one, since it was mocking the API, was meant only to collect meta information of these research projects, while the page custom post type was meant to display the pages to the end users in on the website. So nothing like an API, let's say. And they are connected between with this structure because we have the research project page that is built with a collection of blocks. Some blocks were using our repository pattern to grab the information from the core connected research project page, while other blocks were available for the editors to insert any other content. So these pages at the end were a mix of automated blocks and manual content blocks. Another completely different kind of business logic has been created for the news and events that are the type of contents that were only content. So let's take them from the old database. Okay, the old database is the legacy CMS database. I analyzed this database and I created the scope application with two main purposes. First of all, the scope file, the creation of the scope file that we have seen at the beginning of this presentation. And then the second purpose, the creation of a digested database with the data from the old database reorganized in a comfortable way for me to insert them into WordPress. And this has been run all on my local, but it was possible to be run on every local because of this VPN issue we have talked about at the beginning. Then I created a migration plugin on WordPress as a collection of custom WP-CLI commands that were basically this. One command to create the post. Another command to export the redirections, because I was having the old content URLs, so it was easy for me to connect them with the new content URLs and create the redirections. Another command to create the terms for the taxonomies of news and events. And the last one to reset everything if we have done something wrong, because we marked every content from posts to terms in this track and the other tracks. So everything was marked with a meta information that if the migration would have been failed, we could delete only the migrated content, not touching the one that the client was in the meantime adding. The most complex part here has been this. You can say, why markup transformer? What are we talking about? The old CMS was using an XML format to store the content. And I didn't want to take also parts of the code of the old CMS to act as a black box. I provide you the XML and you provide me the HTML. No, because I needed a tailored approach to this HTML creation. First of all, because we were talking about custom Gutenberg blocks. So this HTML needs to be customized to the blocks that we are developing. Second, because it has been not a direct transformation between one XML tag to its counterpart in HTML, but sometimes I needed to hack a little this transformation and have another different HTML tag. For example, the tables, we have eliminated all the tables because they were really hacky from the old CMS, because it permitted to the client to put inside a lot of things. So it was really a mess to try to migrate them. And the client said, cut them. And so in this way, we could cut. In other cases, we could just transform from a tag to another because I created this missed layer instead of using something already created. The key part of this markup transformer has been using exceptions a lot, everywhere. Everything was, if not managed correctly, was raising an exception, and in this way I could catch every single edge case of the content, and indeed the migration was stable. If I didn't need to manually check the content after the migration and change something because I didn't manage this. No, it was everything managed. In this way, the migration could be run every time with having the same results. And this because of this layer of exceptions. And okay, this has been the first, chronologically, the first migration with a massive amount of data. And we foreseen issues here, and we have been great thinking about having this process run in batches. So passing to my WP commands parameters to create chunks of this data allowed us to avoid memory exhaust limit on the server. And so please consider this kind of approach. I know that is a little stressful to create pagination, but it pays. Okay, we have finished with the complex diagrams with emojis. We have only this one left. This because it has been really a good strategy to create reusable packages for the code that was used in multiple places. For example, we have the loading of images in every type of content migrated. So we decided, okay, let's create a migration common plugin that hosts this kind of services, and every package that does a migration can hook on it and use it. Same for the Gutenberg HTML markup resolver, and same for the terms, because every post type has its taxonomies and its terms. So we abstracted everything into a common plugin. Okay, not every migration runs smoothly, otherwise it will be heaven. In this case, the people, we have foreseen at a certain point that no, I'm sorry, but we can't make it for the deadline. What can we do? The people were requested for the deadline, so we agreed a negotiation with the client, providing a partial migration. So, okay, you are going to have your APIs integrations to SAP, to other content, so that you are going to show the real content on the new website. Really cool, but what we are missing here are the blocks. Indeed, we created the front end of the pages, showing all this content, but without having the pages in the editor, so dynamic pages. It was useful because we didn't need to build the logic behind the blocks and to show them what you see is what you get in the editor and so on. So the client was happy because we were showing the data, was not so happy because they couldn't change the data, but okay, negotiation, a compromise.
So the takeaways for this period of the project was you want to parallelize the task in different developers. You want to share documentation as early as possible. In our case, we were having also the team remotely, and you want to make sure that they have access to it 24/7 hours a day and a week. So you want also to reuse as much as possible. As we show in the migration common plugin, it was doing many tasks. And these migration commands can be resource intensive or not. In our case, when we run these migration commands, we were running it twice. We had navigation in the pages, so and also images. In the first run, we were uploading the images, mark everything that was created by the migration, and we created all the pages that were required for the navigation. And in the second run, we were updating these pages to build the navigation properly, but we didn't have to upload the file again because we knew it was already uploaded because we were able to fetch it. And also the multi-site arrangement for different languages simplified the migration because we didn't have to, look at intermediate tables, what is the translation text, something like that. Having a multi-site and having different languages, you put the content in that language in that table, and that's it. It was easy. And we learned that the team is as important as the client. We faced a lot of stress too because the deadline we couldn't move it, and it was a lot of work. And you want to be collaborative, you want to be supported. Many times we block each other and we say, okay, well, what is the problem? How can we solve this problem? How can I help you? So we had to tackle this with them. So it is really cool when you have done all the project and you can see what you have achieved, you have completed everything, and then you see the result. So this is
Yeah, it's,
I don't know, this.
yeah, it's yours.
Okay,
You can
no
take it.
worries. So this is the editor, and this is how it looked like. So as you can see, this is what you see is what you get. We had many custom blogs. This wrapper blog was amazing by one of the colleagues that maybe is here. And also, the experience for the editors was really great. They were astonished when they saw this editor. We were having a project manager at the beginning that was just like this.
Yes, and let's show them our magnificent work. This is one of our custom sections. As you can see, is what you see is what you get, and every block, more or less, is what you see is what you get. And these are the same blocks used in the migration commands. So we didn't need to create something different to run automatically with our commands because of the layer of factories and so on that Luis has shown. The block is just the same, only hooked from something different positions. And you may know it's difficult to read. We have created a lot of custom blocks. Okay, and why? Because the core blocks in that moment were not enough for us because we needed to change the settings, have custom settings, and we were feeling some stress, so we decided to just go custom.
No, and also because the client was one of the companies of the consortium that we were working. They were supplying us the HTML and CSS, and we had to follow it because accessibility and many other things. So it was hard to change the core blocks for that and to turn off everything.
Here we have another type of block. We are into a study program page. In this page, you have to link the study program. Then you can add, the section, the standard container section that was needed for the padding. And then the course software that is linking to the study program. It is requesting the semester number. And bam, we have all the data from the database filled into this block.
And this is the editor. So
inside the editor.
You have all the functionality there. The experience for the user was amazing.
This is another kind, research projects core, so you may know that it's only a meta custom post type. So we created this form into a block, the only one admitted because it's a template where the editors can fulfill the content that should have been given by the API. And so we reached the website has been migrated magically. At a certain point, we have seen, oh my God, there are so many pages created with our system, and we were experiencing a sensation like being hikers in the top of the mountain, breathing the beauty of the boots, in this case, the beauty of the design system, because it was working. Wow!
Correct.
And anything of this would have been possible without our team. Here you can see only the developers, the team of smiling faces, right, Luis?
Yes, but apart from that, we had also QAs, content moderation team, the product owner, which was amazing, and also the consortium team. So yeah,
a big thing.
A big thing.
And that being said, thank you. Well done.
Well done. Thank you. I survived. Okay, everyone. Thanks, Erica and Luis. Awesome job. We have a present for you. You can collect right now at this moment. Whoa. There's unfortunately, no time for questions and answers, but Eric and Luis will be available for you to ask if want to enlightenment in some aspects of the presentation. So please leave your feedback for this session and every one of the other sections you saw at the website at europe.wordcamp.org/2024/feedback. Feedback is important to help speakers and the WordCamp organizers to select the subjects for next events, next WordCamp editions. Take also two notices before we start to beginning the process for the new phase of the presentations, that you should collect your swag from Swag Station. Take in consideration that if you do not collect your swag, do it as soon as possible, but without any rush, because the Swag Station is open now and will be open for the day of tomorrow. After the end of the last session of the day, people can join a group hike tour for the city center of Torino after 5:30 p.m. The meeting point is in Piazza Castello. Is first come, first served. There's a limit for 13 people. 13 persons then can participate in this hike tour after 5:30 p.m. on the Piazza Castello. Details are available on the website. And keep your places if you want, because in a few minutes we'll begin a new era of this afternoon with the lightning talks. See you in a bit. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the track 2 of WordCamp Europe, day 1. We'll start a block of sessions that are considered lightning talks. There will be short talks of 10 minutes each, with a short interval from 5 minutes, or sort of, related to changing the setup for the next speaker. Welcome all. Please remember to provide your feedback from the presentations that you saw on the website. It's very important for the speakers, but also for the organizing team. I'm José. I'll be the MC for this room for this afternoon. And now, let's go to the first lightning talk of the afternoon. We have Tom Rhodes from the UK, and we'll talk about some hating relationship with writing regular expressions. Let's find out what happened in this relationship with Tom Rhodes from the UK. Oh, and his first time on stage on a WordCamp, every WordCamp. So give it up for Tom. Okay.
First time on stage. Let's get started. Show of hands, who's ever wrestled with regular expressions? Brilliant. Okay, the audience I wanted today. So a quick thing about me, my name's Tom Rhodes. I am originally from the north of England, and I currently live in the north of England. So bear with me with the accent. I promise you I'm doing my best. I'm the former lead developer of Thomas Rhodes WordPress themes. If you've ever used any of my themes, I'm sorry. That was a while ago. Since then, I've been through Codable, and I'm currently an engineering lead at Automatic. I work on the WordPress.com special projects team. We manage around 400 active code bases, around 400 stale code bases. And so being able to parse a project you've seen for the first time is really important to me. And in my opinion, regular expressions do not allow you to do that, but they still do have valid use cases. But those use cases are not parsing HTML. So what are regular expressions good for? Also, at this point, I'm going to stop saying regular expressions because it's difficult. I'm going to say regex. If you prefer to hear regex, I'm sorry. Your ears are just going to have to bleed for this one. Right, regex. Good for validation, things like email inputs, telephone numbers, making sure things come through in the right format. Good for searching through large volumes of data. You'll notice if you use VS Code. Good for string manipulation, just not HTML, because regular expressions are bad at parsing nested structures, which is exactly what HTML is. You'll find edge cases almost immediately if you think you've crafted the perfect expression. And you've got to remember that WordPress is user input. So the first time someone does something unexpected, or a third-party plugin does something extremely unexpected, that perfectly crafted expression is going to break. So we need some alternatives. What were the alternatives? I'm sure people have a million different ideas, a million different packages you've used. A couple I previously used, PHP DOM document, which is fine, but has some pretty interesting quirks, and Symfony DOM crawler, which does what it says. It crawls HTML. It can read HTML, but by its own documentation, it does not write HTML. I can't be the only person that's found myself in this situation, doggedly pushing through with regex when you know there's got to be a better way. Well, there is. There's 2 classes in WordPress. If you haven't heard about them, I'm hoping that after this talk, you will use them. One is the HTML tag processor. One is the HTML processor. They're named very similarly. So I'm going to refer to them as tag processor and HTML processor now, just to give a little bit of separation. There's no code examples in this. So there's a QR code, there's a link. Go on there, there's some handy links, there's a few little snippets. Drop an issue on that GitHub repo if you want me to give you a new example or answer any questions. or you can just come speak to me. I'm reasonably friendly. Okay, the tag processor. This is the one I've used mainly. This is about editing attributes. It allows you to loop through HTML that you add into the class very similarly to the core post loop. It's a while loop. You can query what tag you're going for. You can add additional queries like a class name. And so you know when you enter that loop, you're at that specific tag. There's then getters and setters to read, write, remove attributes on the tag that you're working with. And the best thing is, it can even handle broken markup or tricky markup. Let's say someone decided to write a tooltip that includes HTML markup inside an attribute. This can handle it, whereas unless you are a regex wizard, in which case, credit to you, I doubt your expression will. The HTML processor, since I'm a little bit short on time, I'm not going to go too deep into. This one is also still in active development. I've written up here that it arrived in 6.5. It didn't, it arrived in 6.4. So I'm very detail-oriented, as you can tell. But this one, the HTML processor is better at understanding the structure of the HTML that you've passed in. Whereas the tag processor can read things in a linear fashion. This one understands that a link might be a child of a paragraph, and you can query based on that relationship. In the future, this one is going to be able to add and remove HTML nodes, as well as unwrapping and wrapping existing nodes. Quick example, where I've used the tag processor in a project before is filtering the content. A client that wanted all external links to open in a new tab, you've all done this before. Run a content filter, spin up the tag processor, loop through the content, and you can, in much more plain English, read and write and set target blanks, rel attributes really easily. And more importantly, the next person that comes along is going to be able to see what you're doing, because we all really, we all do great commenting in our code, right? We all leave spectacular comments every single time. No, so verbose code is always more easy to read. Modifying block output. I know the Interactivity API is pretty hot topic this time around at WordCamp, so you can use, you can hook onto render block, but also note that the Interactivity API uses HTML attributes to define its interactivity. So you can filter any single block, core, third party, wherever it's come from. You can read what it's doing with interactivity, and you can change it. For example, the navigation block on mobile pops up when you click the hamburger. Change it however you want, and don't rely on writing a regular expression to do that. The future of the HTML processor I have mentioned. There's more stuff coming. I'm going to skip this because, as I said, I thought this was 15 minutes and it's 10. A quick note about performance. There is a little bit more overhead to invoking a full class than there is to a single string. In my testing of taking a page content, making all of the links target blank, it did take longer to run this class. However, as the page content grows, or if your expressions are not written quite as performantly as you would expect, regex starts slowing down. And so the two meet each other eventually. Okay, that's the end of that. Thank you very much for coming, but a quick note before clapping. Thank you, by the way. Intro to the HTML API is a workshop that is happening tomorrow. It is by Dennis Snell. He is sat over here, and he was one of the authors of these classes. So everything that I've got spectacularly wrong stood on stage here, he will graciously correct me off. I said 6.5, not 6.4. Anyway, thank you very much. Cheers.
Thanks, Tom.
Cheers.
You should do this more often. You're great for, not for a first timer. You did great. Oh, and we have a special present for you because you deserve it. This is memory from your presentation on stage. Okay. It's a book about Italy and something more. You'll find out. Excellent. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tom. Tom, everyone. So, and in a few minutes, we will have the second presentation of the lightning talks of this afternoon. I use this brief moment to remind everyone that we will meet again tomorrow. This is only the first conference day of WordCamp Europe. Tomorrow we will have another conference day, another great conference day with more talks, panels, workshops, well, everything, and including, of course, networking. The first talk of the day 2 starts at 9:15. I know that today are parties and whatsoever, but be here at 9:15 because the speakers done great presentations that they want to deliver to you. So another thing related to involvement with the event. If you want a moment for relaxation, you can join the yoga class. Session is first come, first serve from 9 to 10 a.m. Arrive around 15 minutes earlier to prepare yourself, to enjoy the mood, and after be on this yoga session with your inner presentation mode. Only 15 spaces for the yoga session. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will prepare to receive Bernie Reiter in a few minutes. Just a quick note that for people to make transportations, quick transportations if you want, from one hall to the other, we have 2 golf carts that are available just right in the, after passing the door. You have the opportunity to make a ride on this golf cart to another side. There are 2 vehicles, each transport 3 persons, so make use of it if you want, and be part of this great event, sharing the connection with one another, even if you are using the golf cart or not, because WordCamp connections are great ones, and they keep for a long time. Which one of you did not met anyone in a previous WordCamp, Europe or local WordCamp, in the past? Everyone? Connects everyone, right? I make a lot of friends, a lot. No one make friends in WordCamps? No one makes connections? Yeah, okay. So let's go to the next presentation. Bernie Reiter is a German gentleman, yep. Is an automation-sponsored core committer and works on the developer experience of WordPress and Gutenberg. Is currently focused in block hooks API. And this is the subject of his presentation, everyone. So a warm welcome to Bernie.
Hi, thank you. I would like to tell you today about this new API that's been in WordPress since version 6.4 that we call the Block Hooks API. And before I get into the Block Hooks API, which is a way to extend block themes, I would like to spend a quick moment talking about classic themes, specifically about this mechanism that we're all familiar with, or most of us are, called hooks and filters, and which a lot of us have used to write a plugin for a classic theme in the past. Let's have a look at what that could look like, for example. We go to the plugins panel, we activate the plugin, and we go back to the front end. And we find that after we reload, a little piece of markup has been injected by the plugin. And the way this is normally done is the plugin author writes a function, the so-called filter, which modifies the argument and returns the modified argument as a result. And then this filter function is plugged into a so-called hook, in this case the content hook, to run that function whenever, in this case, the post content is rendered on the front end, which results in this little piece of markup, the like button, being appended to it. Now, so far so good. If you now think about what plugin development has looked like in recent years with the advent of block themes, you might notice it's a bit different. Plugins that target block themes tend to include one block or any number of blocks that the user typically has to manually insert into the editor. For example, if you want to modify a template, you go to the inserter, insert your block, and save that template, and only then will it appear on the front end. Now, what this is missing is a way for the block to appear right upon plugin activation, like we had in the earlier example with classic themes. And this is the problem that Blockhook solves. Let's have a quick look. Let's replace the 2021 theme, the classic theme that we were just looking at earlier, with 2024. And let's assume we're now developing a plugin that includes this like button block. Turns out we just need to add 3 lines of code to the block JSON to make this like button block appear the moment we activate the plugin. So we just add these 3 lines, and I'll get into the syntax in a moment, which basically just specifies the location where we would like to insert it. And now if we activate this plugin and go back to where we came from, we find that the like button is there right upon activation with no interaction in the editor. And we can even choose to inject it in multiple positions at once. Let's say we not only want it under the post content, but also under the comments. This change puts it right there. All right, let's have a closer look at the syntax. As I said, all that's needed is a little edit to the block.json file. There's this new property called blockhooks, which itself is an object. And the key is what we call the anchor block. This is the reference point next to which we would like to have our block injected. And the value is the relative position. So the like button was inserted after the post content block. Other values that are possible here include before, first child, or last child. This was what we just were using for the comment template block. It is generally useful for container blocks that contain a number of blocks to append our block as the first or last block, respectively. Now, you might be aware of one key difference between classic themes and block themes, and that is block themes can be modified by the user, can be customized in the site editor. What will happen if we now look at this template that has now been changed, modified by the Blockhooks API in the site editor? Let's find out. So we go to Edit Site and have a look at the template here, and we find that actually the block was inserted. And now let's actually shake it up a bit and cause a bit of mayhem, move it around, and decide that actually we don't really want this other block here. We just delete it altogether and save this template and go back to the front end and go back to where we came from. And we find that one block has been moved and the other one has been removed. So this was very important to us when we were implementing the Blockhooks API, that while it could serve as a way for a plugin author to suggest a location where a block should be inserted in the front end right upon plugin activation, it should still be overridden by the user. The final say, the ultimate decision, rests with the user. Any changes the user makes in the site editor will be respected. I will briefly cover some advanced examples, time permitting. You might have noticed that so far we've basically unconditionally added the block to the block JSON file, and it was subsequently shown with no conditions. You might sometimes want to impose a condition upon which a hooked block is rendered or not. And this is what we've introduced 2 filters for. There's the hooked block types filter, which is an array, which allows to filter an array of hooked block type names. Think of it as the list of hooked blocks that are injected at a given position that is specified once again by the relative position and anchor block type. So for example, in the previous example, this would contain, the array would contain the like button block that is inserted after the post content block. Those would be the other values for these arguments. And finally, the important part here is the context argument. And this is what allows you to make insertion conditionally depend on what the anchor block and subsequently the injected block are part of. So for example, if the anchor block is inside of a template or of a template part or of a pattern or of a navigation post object, you can inspect it here in this filter and decide if you would like to add your block or not. And finally, the other thing you might have noticed, we were inserting the like button block with no custom attribute set. We were just using the default attributes. And while we generally encourage blog authors to pick default values, to put a lot of thought into picking default values, that makes sense both when manually inserted into the editor, but also when automatically inserted by block hooks, we recognize that sometimes that doesn't quite cut it, and you would like to customize the attributes of your block that you're injecting, and this is what this filter is for. I can't cover this in much more depth, but I will briefly show an example of what it can do in practice. I'll be using the copyright date block, which some of you might be familiar with from the learn.wordpress.org materials, and I've modified it a bit. So let's see what happens when we activate that block. I've modified it such that the copyright date block is injected after the site title block, but only when it's part of the footer template part, not in the header, you might have noticed. And I'll briefly show what code I used to do this. I've used the first filter that I was referring to basically check, are we inside of a template part block and are we after the site title? And only then am I inserting the copyright date block. And let's now briefly also use the other filter that I was mentioning, the one that allows you to customize the attributes. Here we're setting a starting year and a matching Boolean to define not just the current year to be shown, but the date range next to the copyright symbol. And let's see what happens when we save that and reload the page. Ta-da! So this is just the peak of the tip of the iceberg. In 10 minutes, I can't go much deeper than that. I would like to refer you to this excellent article in the developer blog. It covers the examples I've touched upon in much more depth and so much more. It was written by the brilliant Nick Diego. Shout out to Nick for writing that. I would also like to give a shout out to my collaborators working on block hooks for the past couple of months, Tom Cafferty and Jaroslav Jolski. My name is Bernie Ryder. I'm a core committer and one of the block hooks API authors. If you have any questions about block hooks, you can find me here at the WordCamp, or you can ping me on WordPress Slack. I'm at Bernie there. I'm not really on any other social networks. I'm Bernard Ryder on WordPress.org. Thank you very much for being here today. I'm really glad so many of you came. And I hope you'll find it useful.
Yes, of course. We have a present for you.
Oh, thank you so
for
much.
being such a great speaker for WordCamp Europe 2024.
Thank you. Thank you so much for providing this venue. I'll hand this back.
Thanks for presenting. So we have some minutes before the next presentation that will be delivered by Torsten Lansdale. So it will talk about native search. Meanwhile, just a reminder that the family photo is, well, a mandatory moment for WordCamp Europe, and it will be tomorrow at 1 p.m. before lunch outside the venue. Don't miss it. See you in a bit. Ciao. Welcome again to another session of the Lightning Talks of this first day of WordCamp Europe. Remember that tomorrow we have a day packed of presentations, networking, workshops. Well, it starts at 9:15. Don't miss it. It's another great day for WordCamp Europe 2024. So a little reminder that after the last session of this day, people can join a group for hiking tour that leaves at 5:30 from the Piazza Castello. It's first come, first serve. It's about 13, 15 people group, so don't miss it if you want to, if you are in this kind of things. So let's go to Thomas Lansdale, around more or less. Thomas is a WordPress freelancer from Hamburg, Germany, and we will talk about why nobody likes the native search of WordPress. Wonder why. Welcome to Thomas.
So, I'm Torsten, not Thomas. Oh, it's no problem. So, I hope this, yeah, it works. It works. It works for me. Works for you. Search is it working for you? For me, it not really works well. And I asked this question on social media in the last days and got so many replies. And the replies where you can't filter for an author date, tags or categories. You can't exclude a page or a post. You can't limit the search to just search one custom post type, or you can't exclude one. And you can't set up the search for searching for custom fields without coding. So the search has its limits. So what does the search do? It searches the title, the excerpt, and the content with a very, very simple full-text SQL query. And it shows the results ordered by relevance. And it's a very simple sort of relevance. So, but what if you search for something that is part of a blog name? So let me tell you a little story. I searched the blog from a colleague in Germany, Bernhard Kau. I know he has blogged about the syntax highlighter brush for Apache snippets, and I know it. I just need to find this blog post. So I searched for syntax highlighter. And I was wondering, I got so many results, and they had they don't have the search term in them. And then I got it. I got every blog post with a code snippet in it. But why does this happen? This is because the blog editor saves the blog name and some settings in the an HTML comment in the raw content. So every post with the syntax highlighter blog was found through the SQL query in the raw content. But we do not want these comments to be searched. And ignoring the comment is not enough, because there are often some CSS classes also, and we need to get rid of them, at least for the search. So we want to search for the content, but not for the markup. I mean, this is not a minor issue for some edge cases. With every new blog and every new setting, we are polluting the search more and more. And there are words now in WordPress which are essentially useless for the search. You can't really search for paragraph or image or background. You will get every blog post, or nearly every blog post. So what is the opinion from the leading developers in this case? Of course, I reported this issue. Unfortunately, this is a known issue in WordPress, because if you search for table, you get results including the table tag. MySQL string searching isn't capable of dealing with this kind of contextual parsing. And if you require 100% accurate search results, the best option is to use a dedicated search engine like Elasticsearch, says Gary Pendergast. So another comment I got was one opportunity is for search backends to render the blocks fully before sending post content into the index. So we need to build up a known index. And I don't have any great ideas how to resolve this with MySQL. I'd love to hear of a solution if someone has one, says Daniel Bahuber. So solutions, please. I think Elasticsearch, setting up Elasticsearch is not what the typical user or client I have would do. So, and building an own index in a new table is too much to do for WordPress maybe. So I tried to find a simpler solution, something in between those two solutions. And I found one. With MySQL 8.0.4 and MariaDB 10.0.5 onwards, there is a new function called Regex replace. Now we can replace text via regular expressions in an SQL query. For example, we could remove every HTML comment before we do the search. Yes, this will of course have some performance impact, but for smaller sites this could be acceptable. A dedicated index will be better, and there are plenty of plugin solutions for it. Unfortunately, they still often do not solve the problem with those false positives. So let's have a look for the challenges. What about file names and alternative text? If we just remove the comments and maybe the CSS classes, then we will have a decent search result, and file names and alternative text will still be searchable. Shortcodes could be also removed, at least for the front-end search. We could do this just for those databases which supports it, so we could have this as a progressive enhancement. And it's tricky to remove the complete markup because we have non-encoded characters sometimes. The greater than, lower than character, sometimes it's not reliable that these are encoded correctly in the database. There's a whole years-old trick ticket about it. And some page builders are using JSON to save data, and maybe we need more adjustments to help those edge cases to have a decent search. So my conclusion is we have those focus on the four phases. And the four phases are a necessary way to focus the work on the most important part we want to do at one time. But now, after some years, I think we need to look at those things that we have left behind. And the search, one of the most basic advantages of a CMS, is missing much needed features and is not easy to extend without coding. I will skip this part. Sometimes the philosophy of decisions, not options, need to be adjusted. Important features like SEO, sitemaps, or the search would be much better with at least some basic settings. So if I have three wishes, I would love to have more search features in core. I would love to have at least some basic search settings. And the part I skipped is about translation strings, which are not containing text, but settings that are used to switch things on and off or set things up. And those translations are missing safeguards. So you can translate them wrongly and break things. So if you want to help me get this fixed, please talk to me. I'm Zodiac 1978 on social media. I've collected more information and some links on this page. Yeah, and thank you for being here and hear my talk.
Thanks, Thorsten.
Thank you so much.
A gift for you. Thank you.
Thank you
for being here. And we are preparing for the last lightning talk of this afternoon. Just a quick reminder that after party is tomorrow. Remember, tomorrow at 8:30 p.m. It will be here in this right hall, or actually in the other hall, in hall number 1, and bring your badge to be prepared for this after party. It's about cinema, everyone. See you in a minute.
Say about the translation? This?
Hello again. Welcome to the last lightning talk for this afternoon on WordCamp Europe 2024. So just the information that after this talk we have a WordPress WordCamp Connect session from the organizing team, community organizing team. It's relating about democratization and opportunities, and it will be great. It's a promise. So for now, let's go to the presentation from Pekka. Pekka will talk about WP-CLI, some call it WP-CLI. We don't know which version he prefers, but we'll find out. And he calls it the Swiss Army knife. Let's find out some tricks from Pekka using WP-CLI. Everyone, Pekka.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm going to talk about WP-CLI, that's how I say it, and combining it with some Linux tools. And yes, on this title I have Linux mentioned, but it doesn't mean that you necessarily have to run Linux natively. If you've got a Mac, most likely you've got these same tools that I'm going to utilize in my examples. And since many years, you've been able to run the WSL over Windows, so you can run Ubuntu on Windows natively. Before we get going, first a quick introduction about me. I started my journey with WordPress in 2014, so it's been already almost 11 years. And I call it a journey because it's been quite a journey. I started by designing sites as a freelancer, and eventually, after a couple other kind of jobs, I moved to a company called Seravo, and we are actually sponsoring this event. You can find us in the main hall. Come say hello and let's talk about WordPress. I did 4 years of customer support. And now in the spring this year, I moved to the systems team. So I'm a system administrator, or a junior one. And I gave this same talk in Porto last month. So this is my second WordCamp talk. But thank you. Let's get into the topic and what I mean by this. The power is nothing without controls. With this, I'm trying to say that we have this amazing amount of processing power right underneath our fingertips on our laptops and on our smartphones, but we may fail to utilize that power efficiently. And I'm going to show a couple of examples. First is a hypothetical one. Let's say that I am very bad at math, and that's actually true. And I need to know the sequence of numbers from 1 to 5 in numerical order. So I'm going to ask my friend for that sequence, and my friend is very happy to tell that to me. But if I ask this same friend to repeat that sequence 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for 100 times in a row or 1,000 times in a row, he's going to get bored, because repetitive tasks are very boring for us. But a computer doesn't mind doing that same thing all over and over again. So let's take an example of a nested for loop in Bash. That means it's a loop running inside a loop. So let's make the computer repeat those numbers that I need. I apologize if this is a little bit small, but I got info yesterday that the slides will be shared later on. And I have a GIF over here, the computer giving me the sequence by repetition. Before moving to an actual real-life case, how I utilized, or we utilized, some of these tools, I'm just going to show a list of tools that I use pretty much on a daily basis in my tasks. I'm not going to go through all of them one by one. Again, you can check the slides later on. we are going to use the bottom two over here. We are going to use Xargs and the pipe. And here's how. In WordCamp Lisbon last year, a fellow named Julian over here, he came to the core table to find some technical guys because he had a problem with his blog. In fact, he had over 30,000 spam comments on his blog, and he wants to get rid of them. So what's the solution? Do we delete them in batches in WordPress admin, 200 at a time? I didn't count how much time it would consume, but it's quite a lot. Definitely no, because it's very inefficient. We want to utilize the CLI together with Xargs and the pipe, because that is efficient. Here's how I did it. To simulate this case from Lisbon's WordCamp, I have generated on a testing site 31,000 comments, and then I marked them as spam. So then we have the exact same situation as Julian had. After that, we can tell the CLI to give us a list of those spam comments, and then we can pass that list to another command. In this case, we want to delete them. And here are where the magic starts happening. We first generate those comments, then we take out a list with WP comment list, and we don't need the spam email addresses. We don't need the name field from those comments. We only need the ID number so that we can distinguish then each comment in the database. Now we have a list, and we can feed this list to another command called WP comment spam using the pipe and Xargs there in the middle. So now we have a list of those IDs that what are spam comments. How do we delete these? Well, this is machine readable, but as you saw on the GIF, it's not very human friendly to read, and there's 31,000 of them. So it's nonsense that anyone would even try. Again, we can use Xargs and the pipe and pass them to WP comment delete. Here is the magical command. I typed this ready to go on Julian's laptop and let him press the enter button, just in case. And once this sequence started rolling on his screen, he was very happy. He had quite a smile on his face. So it took a while, and his problem was solved using these tools. In conclusion, in the WordPress admin, we cannot simply execute certain tasks. They can be either impossible or they can be extremely slow. That's why we want to utilize these command line tools so that we don't spend time clicking on those 200 batches at once and pressing delete after that. Here's an example what you can't do in the WordPress admin. Let's say that you update your PHP version and one of your plugins is not compatible with that version. So WP admin crashes. It only says that the site has a critical error. No way to do that from WordPress admin. But with the CLI, we can just deactivate the plugin that's incompatible, revert back to the PHP version, move to a staging site or a testing site, and solve the problem there, not in production. And again, once you combine these tools, and yes, Linux again mentioned, but use your imagination, you gain superpowers for administering your WordPress installation. And you might not know what kind of solution you're looking for at first. So always study the developer documentation. most likely the solution that you are looking for is there. And that's for me. That's it for me. It's time to say kiitos, grazie, thank you.
Thanks, Pekka.
Thank you.
Thanks, Pekka, for the great presentation. A gift for you.
Thank you very much.
And be my guest. And this is the wrap-up for the lightning talks for this afternoon, but not the wrap-up for the content on this room. We'll have, in a few minutes, the WordCamp Connect debate, a panel related to democratizing opportunities in WordPress. And please, leave a feedback of your ideas about the presentations, the sessions you saw. Go to europe.wordcamp.org/2024/feedback. Your feedback is very important for the speakers, but also for the organizing team. And in a few minutes, we'll have the WordCamp Connect about democratizing opportunities. See you soon.